One guys.
Mm, perfect.
Sounds good. Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Locking Off League playoffs. I'm Mima, and I'm joined here today with Mian.
Hello, hello. I'm Mian. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. I'm really excited for today's matchups.
Same here, same here. So we are going to have Pixis versus Crimson Curse. First thing,
Very excited for today's matchups. We're really quickly moving into this. Immediately just jumping right in. So I'm very excited to really see um how well this goes.
same here. So we're going to hop right into the ban and pick selection. Let's have a look here. So it looks like we've already got our team composition locked in. We've got an aeroplanist, a dancer, a seer, and a gardener. Pretty solid choice for our round 1 picks. And in terms of our builds that we're going to be bringing, we are going to have a double tide with aeroplanist and gardener bringing that tide. And dancer and seer are going to opt for broken windows.
We're gonna be seeing that Gardner running 69, and if we all know how I feel about 69, I'm a 6'9" truther. So I'm really excited. It's such a viable play on characters specifically like the Gardner, who really can use that distance after both getting hit with Veterans Boost and vaulting a window to make distance and really push for transitioning your kite to a whole different field.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering that Gardiner herself also has a faster vault, it's pretty safe to even opt out of broken windows, but we're going to maximize that kiting capacity in terms of opera singer, who we are going to be having as our hunter for this first half. And, you know, Gardener is a really solid choice as well as the whole team. But honestly, even without that borrowed time, it's still guaranteed to put up a good fight against an opera singer, especially with her recall.
Oh, for sure. And, looking at the current meta and everything, especially the past tournaments, specifically IVL, IJL, Gardner is actually a really great counter to the opera singer. That recall, the fast vaulting, veterans boost, being able to really pull for speed here, and then also using the female dancers' slow boxes to an advantage, really will help the team here.
Yeah, agreed. So it does look like we're going to be having Hom on the Seer, Devil on the Aeroplanist. Let me look at my notes here. Oh, so we're gonna have Leon Kennedy as dancer and
Oh my god.
let me see. Okay, so we're gonna load into our area selection now. Pretty standard, pretty good choice. But we're gonna have opera singer opt for the wedding breakables here, and Aeroplanist is going to be the nearest possible choice for the survivors. We could potentially go towards the church instead, but of course, it's a really good area for female dancer to be spawning in with her boxes to set up.
I have to agree here. This really gives ample time for both the female dancer to set up boxes and then also along with the gardener to really start her decoding process before being able to pull in and perhaps take that kite off of the aeroplane as if this is where we're going first.
That's right. All right, we're gonna hop right in here into the first half of round one with our Pixis survivors up against our Crimson Curse Hunter. Good luck to both teams. So it does look like we're going to be having opera singer transition over towards the shack where Seer is currently decoding. Aeroplanist was able to successfully rotate away and out of the hunter's sight, so she's gonna commit to the Seer here.
Really pushing, thinking that the Seer is gonna vault there. He looks like he's really trying to use these walls to his advantage. With the speed that comes off of the opera singer, you really want to make sure, especially so early in the match, that the Seer is able to really get his owl back. So just in case he's beautiful owl, just barely missing just because of that hitbox.
Ooh, we're gonna take a second to transition over to church, where female dancer has already set up her slow boxes. Now, if we're gonna commit to a pallet drop here, ooh, good on the Seer for not getting too close right there. They're gonna play around with this pallet over here, and we're gonna see Seer get a first hit.
Yeah, we're gonna see that first hit go in. It looks like the female dancer is out of the vicinity here. That was such a really great placement of both the boxes. Ooh, Blink to really push through, cut off that distance coming in and getting that down on that Seer.
That's right. So we're gonna have Seer chaired over right outside the wedding, and female dancer is the closest survivor decoding in wedding here. So we're gonna see opera singer transition over towards her, and she's already taken an opportunity to make some distance, but it does leave open area for the, well, of course, opera singer was able to switch back, but not in time for the rescue to go through. We're gonna have Gardener body block here, really successful body block right there, and it does allow the Seer to transition back towards church, which has been set up with the boxes. We're gonna take the window vault out there, and we're gonna see Seer transition over to the graveyard now.
So, honestly, really great teamwork coming both off of the gardener and the dancer here. Really using and utilizing the fact that the dancer was in the vicinity to really distract the opera singer for that clean and easy rescue. It does mean that we did lose the tide off of the gardener, but we do have more players on the field with tide. And we are going to see that Seer go down.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we did see Gardener get healed from afar, which does set her up pretty well. It's good that she went for the first rescue, considering she doesn't have borrowed time. We wouldn't want a late game rescue before the Cypher is primed. But it does look like Aeroplanist is in the vicinity, who is another one of our Tidebringers here. But Opera Singer is going to go back into the church and quickly switch back to the chair outside church.
Really utilizing the shadow work here that that's such a very vital part of the opera singer's kit. Really makes for breaking distance, and it looks like we have a strong camp going on here. Woo!
Ooh, that was a really close call, but Aeroplanus is able to get the rescue on the Seer, and oh, we're gonna see Aeroplanus block the entranceway over here in the ruins, so Opera Singer is gonna have to take the long way around to catch up to that Seer. But Seer has since then transitioned back into the church, and we still have our boxes here as well as our Gardener. But Opera Singer is really committed to this Seer, who is able to owl right here. And due to the owl, we're going to see Opera Singer transition over to the female dancer, who is the last cipher over at the Wedding Breakables.
Well, we're gonna see the opera singer quickly recall back, hit the gardener, and really putting that pressure on that final cipher. Losing that seer here, just a little in a more unfortunate zone. You know, the opera singer here has a lot of great presence, but we are going to see the aeroplanist get up, and we do have our full team on the floor right now.
It does look like Seer and Aeroplanus are going to have a healing party, but Female Dancer does a really great palette stun here, especially in the slow box, which does slow down the animation even more. We're going to have Opera Singer commit to this Female Dancer here while we're having that healing party, but Gardener has opened up a new cipher, which has a little bit close to 50%. Oh, and we're going to get a Terror Shock here on the wedding window. Oof, and we're going to have Opera Singer transition away from Female Dancer, leaving her on the floor here. We do seem to have caught sight of the Gardener starting up that cipher in Shack, so we're gonna have Opera Singer quickly break that distance. And Gardener is doing a good job hiding that trail, but baiting out that tinnitus. We're gonna have Opera Singer switch back, and Female Dancer is not quite up yet. Oh, we are gonna see her pick up. Oh, it does look like the Seer is with her. And we are going to see Opera Singer go back to the Gardener, really pressuring this last cipher.
This is oh! Basement is there. This is really entirely up to the opera singer if she is going to use this moment to, and yeah, we are going to see the gardener be turned in the basement. I don't know how much you remember from the beginning of the map. This was originally the Seer's cipher. Not a lot of progress, I'm sure, but still just a little bit enough to really get it going so you don't have to worry. And we swapped to abnormal.
So we're gonna abnormal that cipher, that's right. But we do have another one in the Wedding Breakables. Sierra's gonna move in. Oh, I don't think we're gonna see the Seer right here, but
really wanting to put the pressure on the cipher here. Ooh, and it is primed. We are, and the rescue goes up on the gardener. All of these players are back up on the field.
Ooh, unfortunately, we are going to lock sight on the Seer, and Seer is going to go down at wedding here. Unfortunately, this is going to be Seer's last chair, so we're going to be seeing Kluiham get sent back to the manor. We are having our survivors move over to the back gate, however, and due to the hunter switching to abnormal, there's no chance in teleporting there. But of course, it is Opera Singer, so she is going to be able to make this distance pretty fast.
There is a potential for a tie here. Looks like the gate is open.
Oh, we're gonna see a bubble from the gardener right here, possibly, but
that just gonna wait around. Is still out on the playing field here.
I think we're gonna see Female Dancer move over to the dungeon over at Graveyard. Let's see who makes it first. It's gonna be a close call, but Female Dancer did already make her way over there. Good on this team for their tight communication, and we are going to be seeing Female Dancer take the dungeon, earning a 3-man escape for Pixis. Congratulations!
Congrats. You know, this was a really great match. Really being able to utilize both the shadow work of the opera singer here, and then of course the great communication that seemed to come off of Pixis here.
Yeah, 100%. I really like the way that the team was able to work together and utilize their skills. It was nice to see the Seer utilize not one, but 2 owls. We saw a lot of the female dancer using the boxes, and we did see the aeroplanist utilize his kit as well. And another thing speaking of the Aeroplanist, was I really liked the way he blocked the doorway to buy Seer a lot more
Yes.
time to transition. These survivors were doing really good utilizing the whole map to really maximize as much distance as they could despite the hunter being opera singer.
I definitely wholeheartedly agree. That tight spaces like that, right where a chair connects, being able to cover that, especially on maps like Red Church or the two-story Moonlit, being able to block the pathways and really get the survivor who's really trying to push to get off the chair and as far away as possible, and then using your teammate to block that pathway. Really great utilization of just the tide turner there because it keeps that survivor locked in that place.
100%. And props to our Crimson Curse Hunter as well. Um,
Mhm.
definitely keeping up with these survivors and also switching to the abnormal just to eliminate the possibility of having that Shack Cipher
Mhm.
pose a threat to them and getting to kind of like pincer these survivors and get everyone down, not just the um seer, not tunneling on the seer, but having everyone down at some point. It's really good on Pixis for keeping up with the healing and making sure everyone is healthy, especially considering that not everyone on their team composition was bringing borrow time.
I wholeheartedly agree. And like honestly, such phenomenal use of just the shadow work, gritty, cutting off distance and really pushing to catch up with all the survivors, especially when you had a cast of survivors that were really based on speed.
hmm So we are going to be moving on to the second half of round one here. We did just get our bans in. We're going to take Antiquarian and Forward off the table. So we want to say no to harassers first and
Mhm.
foremost.
This does mean these two characters do fall into our global bans, which means this is the first and last time during these matches that we will be seeing these two. Oh, no,
For the
the
picks.
last time. My bad.
So it does look like Crimson Curse are going to lock in both the Gardener and the Novelist.
All right. This this is where I came in and I made a mistake. The Gardener and the Novelist will be our global bans here.
Yeah,
You
no
know,
worries.
really really great choices here. You have the Novelist, especially after his rework, became such a vital player on a team here. Um, being able to swap with the hunter and then immediately getting a speed boost right after. In of course, like I said, I was hyping her up earlier, Miss Emma Woods and her distance, especially with the faster vaulting and veterans boost.
Yeah, I definitely agree. What I like about these picks is that, oh, okay, so we're going to we're going to be banning the prospector, so we're really going anti-harasser. But as I was saying before before I witnessed that tragedy, um I do appreciate that Gardener and Novelist are pretty unorthodox or not so typical harassers. They have a lot of potential. Like while they can be utilized really great in terms of containment, they can really assist their teammates um, who may be kiting. And it's going to be really fun. I hope to see a little bit more rocket chair action, um, as well as the novelist skill. And we are going to be locking in Batter, who was safe from the harasser banning.
You take three out, you add one in, and we have a lot of great survivors who have harassment potential here. Being able to utilize both the Guardian for Emma, and of course the cricket balls coming off of the batter here. Being able to push the hunter and knock the hunter away, really will help support whoever is kiting, especially late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be banning Seer for our fourth and final pick. And we're going to be getting the last survivor, which does seem to be first officer, another solid choice, especially with those pocket watches. And as we stand right now, first officer also has the longest chair time in the game. combined with Gardner, that can definitely pose a real threat, even if he does end up being the one targeted by the hunter first thing.
Mhm. You know, there was the conversation between Bugs and Bones yesterday about First Officer and just how strong of a survivor he is rescue wise. Especially on a team composition such as this. Um, Even if he were to get first kite here, utilizing the pocket watch and being able to take a double hit with the pocket watch in action really helps for survival here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Honestly, the strength of first officer really makes you miss playing him. But I don't know, ever since his adjustment, although it is in his favor, I haven't been able to quite nail pocket watches for the chairs as much as I used to. But uh
No, I love a good first officer.
right. And I mean, he has been a really good alternative to the mercenary, especially seeing him utilized so frequently, even in Koa, if we're keeping up with our matches.
Mhm. Very excited to just see how this team composition works out. Um, oh, and we are seeing a clerk pick here. You know what? It really makes so much sense with the anti-harasser bans here, especially with Clerk, who unfortunately he's kind of fallen from how high she used to be. I wouldn't say that she's completely fallen off meta. She is still such a strong hunter. Great chase and being able to utilize the recordings and the pages that she gets. Um, I've seen a lot of insane Clerk play here just in the past
Definitely.
few months.
Yeah, it's a huge shame that in terms of usage, it's gone a little bit down, but you know what? It takes a great hunter to be able to utilize Clerk to the fullest. And it's going to be really exciting to see Pixis utilize Clerk in round one, nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to be seeing that Gardener here with 69 again. You know, not to keep repeating myself, but I really do find that 6-9 in a full team composition is such a vital and viable play. Especially when you want a certain survivor to really pick up on that first kite and not rescue last. Um, Even with Gardner, if she had to rescue last, being able to use that recall, her guardian bubble, um, there is still a great potential here for her to really play out and take dire situations and really stretch them as far as she can go. It does look like from the first officer, the batter, and the novelist, we're all going to see borrowed time. But it looks like next to the gardener, the only person taking tide turner is the first officer. The batter and the novelist will have broken windows here.
Mhm. I definitely think that on a map like Red Church, Broken Windows is a really solid choice. It is a really pretty balanced map in terms of the arrangement of the palettes and the vaults as well
Mhm.
that you can take off the windows.
I am 100% always a huge fan of smaller maps. Red Church has a lot of really great balance for certain hunters and for certain survivors. I thoroughly enjoy the play style that you could do here. Um, it looks like we are going to be seeing Z and Grizz, Necroton, and Xenia on the playing field for our survivors. We'll have Xenia as our gardener. Um, Z's as our better, Knuckleton as our novelist.
Hmm. Oh, and it looks like we're going to be having DTM Hunt for Pixis right here. So it does look like we're
Exciting.
going to have a little bit of four corners
So
for this
fun.
matchup, which is a lot of fun. But let's see.
Looks like we are gonna have to restart as soon as we go in.
Okay.
just a small mix-up with builds happens. It's just a small thing. Sometimes when you're not paying attention, you feel like you're already on set with something, you just don't realize it.
Yeah, no worries. And of course, we do have like a couple of other rules that we must adhere to just for keeping things smoother and for the benefit of all the players on board today.
Mhm. We had a little bit of a mix up with rules yesterday, so just to really go through that a little lightly is throughout this tournament we are not going to be seeing any S tier accessories or skins. That also excludes all SS tier items as well, but we will be allowed to use A tier items overall. Just because we do have players who are from overseas or just don't have the same ping that like we do. So we're trying to keep it very fair and balanced here. And then, of course, going into a match and being able to see that, if there is a problem with that, the team who is in that category of breaking that rule or having to stop the match for reasons that we did put in our little guidelines, there will be a warning process here. This is just an overall thing for everyone, but I'm just letting everyone know in case everyone or anyone is ever confused in the future if there is a slight issue.
Yes, thank you so much for the overview, Mian. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate everyone's patience with our procedures. Shout out to the staff that are keeping things running as smoothly as they are and adjusting and adapting to whenever anything um, comes up like this. And honestly, it's worth it to keep things running.
I was gonna say the staff has been super wonderful and super on top of things this tournament so far. I know we're only on the first part of our second day, but being able to converse with the staff and really go in and be like, this is the problems we've had with past tournaments, and for them to immediately come in and try and clear that up for all of us. I really love that, and I super respect that from them. So huge shout out to them.
All right, so we're going to load in with our true spawn selects now. We're gonna go with, I love to call this like the tot formation because it reminds me of the kana tot. And it's really nice for whoever sticks out because wherever, if the hunter does choose to spawn beside you, just like DTM has opted to right now, it allows you to run towards the other area instead of cornering yourself right away.
Super love this formation. This is one of my favorite places to spawn. You know, really being able to mix up all the survivors in that three area and then spread out really buys a lot of time.
Yeah, I agree. So we are going to hop in right now. It's going to be the second half of round one with Pixis Hunter versus Crimson Curse Survivors. Good luck
Good
to
luck,
both teams.
everyone.
Ooh, okay, so it
Already
does
throwing
look
down a
like,
page.
yes, we're gonna look and see that Novelist is going to be our first chase here. We're going to see a little bit of creeping right here to get rid of that trail. Ooh,
Looks like
nice.
ooh.
Okay, so we're not going to see the novelist hiding behind the wall here, and we're going to check the corner ruins. But of course, since novelist is close by, we are still going to be getting that tinnitus. Hopefully, we can work out something with Hunt. If you just angle the camera to a certain side, getting rid of Hunt can indicate which direction the survivor is. But we are going to transition away from the novelist over here and onto the gardener who is decoding at Shack.
Really great use of both the sneak and the crawl coming off of that novelist. Being able to really early on throw the hunter off path, like that is super big for your team.
Ooh, nice discipline on Zinnia there for not
Nice.
dropping that pallet, especially being recorded right there. Oh, but we are going to see Zinnia go down right here. On the bright side, despite the target change, it did buy enough time for the team. It does look like we're going to have Batter rescue successfully, and we unfortunately aren't going to get the body block, but again, this is buying more time, which Crimson Curse is doing a great job of doing so far. Oh, we're going to have that pallet drop.
And immediately picked up right again. We are going to see the clerk break that ball, really trying to make sure that the batter wastes as many as he can before we can really. Oh, looks like
we're not going to see that go through. But Batter is still in the area. Novelist is peacefully decoding now. It does look like we're going to have the first officer out and about. Oh, but it does look like Batter is going to commit to this rescue. And we're going to have a hit here, but it does allow the Batter to rescue. And oh, we are going to see the Batter go down after hitting with the cricket ball briefly. But oh, we're going to... Oh, unfortunately, that recall doesn't quite go through. So we're going to get a double down right here.
Just barely passing that recall. Looks like we are going to see the gardener go on to her second chair, and I believe we're gonna lock off this cipher as much as we can, pick up the batter, and just put him in a chair as fast as we can here.
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, even off this chair, Batter has utilized all 3 of his cricket balls. So we're going to kind of have first officer have to move in. At this point in time, it does seem that Gardener might be getting sent back to the manor on her second chair. But on the bright side, it can allow for... Here we go. We're going to have Batter rescued just before half. But we're going to push for this rescue... Or not quite. Unfortunately, Gardener is going to get sent back to the manor here. Oh. So unfortunately, the first officer did end up utilizing a pocket watch, and the clerk opted to change targets. So
really
we are going
to the batter's trail here. It does look like, using the recordings coming up of the novelist, we are unwinding some of these cipher machines and the progress that they have made. Really great utilization of these pages here. Really stalling how much cipher progress we can get done.
That's right. Oh, beautiful recording to get that palette up. And we're going to see a blink. Oh, but we're not going to see it quite connect. But Batter does go down shortly after. Really good mind game right here. It does look like we do have both the first officer and novelist out and around. But we are down to 1 cipher remaining, despite the pullbacks on the cipher due to the recordings. We're going to check around a little bit for that novelist, but in the meantime, first officer is moving in, utilizing the last of his pocket watch for the second rescue.
Really putting some pressure on that last cipher coming off of the novelist. Oh, great prediction of where the first officer is in that position here.
Oh, and we're not going to quite get that pallet stun, but we are going to be having the first officer block off that entranceway, but Clerk is gonna go right around and continue to target Batter, who is transitioning over to the graveyard.
This is really great utilization of...
Oh, nice body block. That was a really forced body block through the entranceway by the first officer. Oh, really phenomenal recording right there to trap the Batter in this area. We are going to be seeing Batter get sent back to the manor now. Oh my goodness, that was really, really fun.
Really
that
great.
was, yeah, no, it was a really great mind game to see. It doesn't seem like the last cipher is quite primed. So we are going to be seeing Clerk move in.
Yep, looks like we are going to be watching the clerk really go in towards the novelist. The novelist is going to break down that wall. Just looks like he was breaking down the wall over there, just from what I saw. Yeah, so we'll be able to have that area just to use as a vaulting position, but unfortunately being able to record ourselves, the clerk could use that there.
Definitely. Now, first officer is up and running, decoding another cipher while the novelist takes this kite. Ooh, really good discipline on the clerk for moving back just in time to avoid that pallet stun.
This is really, really great work coming off of the novelist and the clerk here, being able to really utilize that. Great discipline, but unfortunately, just getting swung right through that pallet. That novelist is gonna get hit there.
That's right, and we're going to see the novelist transition over back towards the wedding breakables. Uh, oh, excellent recording to drop that pallet on the novelist, blackjacking him right there and getting him down.
We're putting a lot of pressure on both these ciphers. This is really, really great for this clerk. Switching to teleport off a blink here really means that we're able to get this chase on the first officer here. And we are going to see a magic wand, but we are gonna just slowly just curve around it. It was not in just the right position to fully block off the wall here.
Oh, that was a close call. First officer being able to drop the pallet just before the clerk swung. And novelist is right back on that cipher, but unfortunately is going to get recorded right here as clerk commits to this chase on the first officer. Oh! All right, so we are going to see first officer go down here. Unfortunately, isn't able to pick himself back up, but it was really fun to see that swing not quite connect at first. All right, so
Really?
it's good on Neko-chan for transitioning away from the cipher. Despite the tinnitus, it was a good call to get away from that cipher, knowing that clerk would definitely go towards there.
Really,
Oh,
really insane and wonderful pressure from DTM here. Um, I we've seen him in the past tournament for other tournaments. His clerk is always such a strong has such a strong map presence, and Crimson Curse being able to really try and work their way around it is phenomenal here.
Now the play here is trying to find that novelist. We do have the tinnitus to indicate that he's over around somewhere by wedding, but honestly, if the first officer can somehow bleed himself out, oh, but it does look like we're gonna catch sight of that trail here, and novelist is being pursued by the clerk. Ooh, excellent
Great
through over
swap.
here.
We're seeing a lot of really great plays coming off of this novelist
Oh,
here.
excellent
Beautiful
pallet
palette
stun.
stun.
That's tough, especially after the charged swing.
Mhm.
Oh, we're gonna
Oh,
blackjack the novelist right here, and unfortunately,
oh,
due to the slow vault, he's
unfortunately.
gonna go down.
The slow
Very
vault
well
is
played.
killer.
True. I've seen
Many
many
a
a slow
time.
vault, many had it happen many a time, but unfortunately, oh, it does seem like Clerk does not have sight on the first officer here. Oh my goodness, if
Oh, there could be oh.
if we don't catch sight of this first officer, we could potentially. Well, okay,
Oh.
so we aren't going to play the crawling game. We're gonna go for the surrender. So congratulations to
Congrats.
the Pixis Hunter for getting that 4-man elimination, and really well done on the Crimson Curse survivors. Clerk is no easy hunter to go up against, and honestly, having that choice in round one out of all places, um, can be really, really something that puts you up on your toes. Like you could see this team composition and think, oh, like this is opera singer ready. But of course, taking out the clerk in round one is really fun to watch. That was really fun to watch.
I wholeheartedly agree. I totally agree with your statement there of feeling opera singer ready here, and just getting hit with the curveball of a hunter who can really counter certain aspects of this team. Um, and even then, this team did such an amazing job of really putting up a fight here.
Yeah, that's right. And oh, thank you so much, Bones, for keeping score.
Thank
So
you.
It does look like the score is currently 8-1 with Pixis in the lead. In the first half of round one, we had a 3-1 survivor escape, and then in the second half, of course, was a 5-0 four-man elimination.
Mhm.
Really good start off for Pixis here. So we're going to definitely be in store for some more intense gameplay in round two. Honestly, I'm really happy to see both teams um, work together or work with one another to put up their best so far. And it's only going to keep going.
No, for real.
I'm so
I'm so
excited.
excited. We are going to slowly see if we are going to get in some sub-ins or some sub-outs. It looks like we are not seeing any sub-ins for Crimson Curse here, but there is also the chance that we might see one for Pyxis. You know, I heard this comment thrown back or this question thrown back and forth a bit yesterday, but like what are some hunters or survivors that you're really interested in seeing today, Mima?
Survivors?
Well,
I just looked off into like an imaginary camera, like I'm on The Office. Like,
I already know your
um,
answer, but like what about
I
you?
would love to see Toy Merchant. Okay, um, I
She
would
got
really love to
hit
see
with
her.
the
I think,
fan hammer yesterday. I was so
yeah,
sad.
I remember that too. Um, I was watching at work, and I remember hearing like Toy Merchant get banned and feeling so sad. But if we're going to be seeing some bigger maps, especially, it's going to be really good if they can lock in that Toy Merchant before she gets taken off the table.
I totally agree. It does look like we are having Senna from Pixis sub in for Zach as a survivor here, and oh, we are seeing Senna in as a survivor and Zach in the hunter position. Really trying to throw Crimson Curse on their feet a little with changing up who their hunter is here.
And that's gonna be fun to see. It's always nice to see dual faction players um, play on both sides. Of course, please take care of yourselves. It must be tough playing back to back
Please
on
take
different
breaks.
factions.
Always take a good break.
I already manifested it before, but considering we are on a smaller map, like Mian was talking about earlier, I would love to see a bigger map in round two. Would definitely love to see some Moonlit River Park,
I see
Lakeside
a
as
Leo's
well.
memory.
Oh,
I love Leos. I'm sure. I feel like you and I have had this conversation a lot, especially when we play. Um, I feel like I'm the only one out of our group of people that plays who only likes Leos. But it's
oh,
one of
right.
my jobs to really utilize the factory and the pallets and the vaults and everything. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely like a busy map, and it's big enough that you can still do quite a lot. But it's when you have that lead, be it survivor or hunter, you can really go all in. Especially as a hunter, I feel like even though I definitely favor Leo's memory, I always get clapped on that map. So
No, I get it. I hate playing on Leos if I'm hunting, but that's why I don't play Hunter. It does look like for our map ban, we are gonna be seeing a Sacred Heart Hospital ban. You know, very fair. We still have Pyxis on the table. Um, at the moment, she's evaded both global bans here, so we really have the opportunity to see a lot of interesting plays with her. And it does look like for our map pick here, we oh, I just realized we're gonna probably be seeing Ever Sleeping here.
yep, that's
What
right. We
what are
are
your
going to
thoughts
be
on Ever
locking in.
Sleeping?
Um, Wow, I'm a certified I was certified tram victim, so I don't really enjoy it. But it is
The
definitely a good
tram is
map for both hunters and survivors, in my opinion. Like I feel like it's balanced enough that um, there's enough open space as well as a lot of kiting areas or areas that you can really kind of like pinch the survivors in. And things such as rocket chairs are close enough that if you're in a good position, perhaps you got a double down or something, you can really kind of like snowball your way. Oh, same with the ciphers as
True.
well. Um,
I love watching the chat because I love watching Bones and all caps go, I like Leo's,
I like
but you're
Leos.
the only one I know. Because every time I'm like, oh, it's Leo's memory. I'm so excited. Everyone's like, really? But you're totally correct about the tram. I'm also the tram's number one victim. You remember when the tram could kill you?
Oh my gosh, I wasn't there
I bring
for
that up
that,
every time. It's so funny.
but I'm so
I,
glad I wasn't. Because
I loved.
no,
Mhm.
because my worst memory with the tram is when I was solo queuing mechanic. I know, but it gets worse. Uh, I had my bot like get run over by the tram as it was arriving to one stop, and then I left it there. And then when I had switched back on to move it again, it got run over again when the tram was leaving. And that was just, oh my gosh, that was miserable.
Oh, I would have been sad.
All right, so due to
Oh,
the
so
global,
excited!
we're gonna take female dancer and Aeroplanus off the table, but we are going to be locking in with Toy Merchant and Batter. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Um, Toy Merchant is a given, but it's going to be really fun to see more Batter gameplay, especially considering the last round we saw a lot of support from the Batter, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that in this match as well. It's a really good map for the both of them, I feel, because there's so much open area that there's not a lot of other things that you can collide with, be it your cricket balls or your catapults. It's really nice to be able to set up your catapults to transition from one area to another, especially um, around areas where it's like a little bit more open and kind of harder to make that transition, even if you're just running across the train tracks.
We are going to be seeing a opera singer band, completely understandable here. Especially on a map like Ever Sleeping, just because there are so many open spaces. There's a lot of really great areas for that opera singer to really use her mask, throw it out, and then be able to dash there. We're going to see a psychologist pick, my beloved wife. Um, really looks like we're building up a team that's going for distance and survival here. It really all depends on our final choice. Um, I am a super big Toy Merchant fan. Uh, before I took my little break, consecutively would only ring for her or perfumer. So really being able to see her utilized in a tournament setting like this, I'm super excited. I love seeing Annie.
Same here. This is definitely one of my favorite maps for her as well. I'm really hoping to see. Hmm. I'm anticipating either probably a rescuer. We haven't really seen so much of Decoder. We could possibly see a lawyer, especially the way he hasn't been taken off the table, isn't in the danger of having being the next to be added to the global bans. But we are going to see Seer taken off the table.
All
Pretty good
right.
choice considering that this is the Pixis survivors. I know we had someone play Seer in the first round, so it's good to take him off the table.
For bands, we are going to be seeing Antiquarian, Seer, Priestess, like you said, really trying to knock that Seer out. Makes so much sense. And we're going to also see that Gravekeeper ban. So it looks like we're seeing a hunter here that really just does not want to waste time.
Hmm. And our fourth and final pick is gonna be the mercenary. I love that emote.
He's so silly.
All right, so
Oh.
we were able to get our build locked in here. And of course, we're going to have Merc with the Tide. Everyone is going to opt for that borrowed time, but aside from Merc, everyone is going to be opting for Flywheel.
Flywheel Flywheel is a very great choice here. Really being able to utilize the timing of it means you can get a free hit essentially in without having to worry about getting downed. Being able to utilize Flywheel has been really make or break for a lot of games that I've seen in the past few months, specifically in tournament settings, especially overseas tournaments.
Mhm.
Super interesting to see how people utilize it. It looks like for our hunter pick, we are going to be seeing a hermit. This is where my question comes in. How do you think this team is really going to hold up against a hermit here? I fear the only character who could probably take it is the psychologist.
Yeah, we do have a bit of an issue in terms of healing. So as long as Pixis stays on top with the distribution of damage, um, that will help them out a lot. We have a mercenary with the slower healing. I do believe that psychologists will also be affected in terms of healing after that stress bubble is gone. Also obligatory. Happy Character Day, Alva.
Happy Character Day! It's Elva Day, you guys.
Yep.
There it is.
Happy
um,
Character
you know,
Day, Alva.
Happy Character
I
Day.
oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say I feel like survivors should be able to do it too, but then it would give the hunter away. So never mind.
True.
Whoops.
Looks like we are going to be seeing Senna on that mercenary, Devil on that batter, Toy Merchant is Kugam, and the psychologist is Leon Kennedy.
All right, I'm excited to see where they spawn. I feel like Ever Sleeping is okay, so we're gonna go for the Toast spawn again, which is pretty solid. I do really like that spawn for Toy Merchant in particular. And we are going to have Hermit complete the formation of a plus over at the first stop for the tram.
Super duper excited to see just how this hermit utilizes everything. Are we going to see him immediately set up ciphers, or are we going to see him play the waiting game here? That's always my favorite thing to really guess and anticipate with a hermit pick.
All right, this is the first half of round 2 with the Crimson Curse Hunter up against the Pixis Survivors. Good luck to both teams. We're gonna see Hermit connect the ciphers over here, and it does look like we're gonna run through the middle. The Toy Merchant is already setting up the pallets right here, but it doesn't look like... she could possibly be the first target.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like we are going immediately for that chase, setting up a little bit of the survivors here. Being able to get a charge on everyone, even though it stalls ciphers, it's going to be a huge stall on time for this hermit. Because then it'll
Oh,
take a little extra to get the toy merchant done. Oh, we are gonna see that catapult get broken here though.
honestly, it did buy a little bit of time for Annie to have that share charge hit with the psychologist. Around that time, the Alva was really quite close to her. Oh, and we are going to see Batter switch to blue to share that damage with the Toy Merchant here. But yeah, I was thinking either you work it, you're able to go back for the catapult to transition, or you let the dismantling buy you a little bit more time so you don't take the full hit. Oh, and we are going to be seeing Annie glide over
And that
to the
catapult!
graveyard. Yay! Oh, we're gonna see the catapult broken here. Honestly, good call on the hunter. And we're gonna see a teleport over into the graveyard. Oh, and we're gonna see Annie go down here.
Unfortunately, we are just gonna see him immediately cut that toy merchant off.
Oh,
And the basement is
basement.
also right here. We are unfortunately also still at 5 ciphers. It looks like we are slowly trudging along. Unfortunately, just because of the cipher connection coming off of that, it's just going slow.
Definitely. We did see that connection right at the beginning of the match, and we are going to be seeing. It doesn't appear to be like, okay, we do have Cinna moving in the mercenary, and it's nice because Cinna still got that full health and delayed damage. That's gonna help out a lot with the Hermit basement situation. But are we gonna get it? Oh, unfortunately, we are going to be rescuing after half, so mercenary is gonna take an opportunity to wait it out a little bit. But we just need to be careful here because Hermit can definitely stun you a little bit more. Good
Really looks like
position
we're
for
going
the.
to be
Oh! Nice switch in time from Devil's End. We were able to get Batter to tank that damage for the toy merchant because the hunter was able to successfully stop the mercenary from body blocking there.
This really great communication coming off of the Pixis team here. Really being able to diverge that hit and the damage and really put it on each other and split it up is so helpful here.
And we're going to be seeing the psychologist get teleported on with the batter not too far behind. Oh, but we are going to see. Oh! Batter is going to get hit here, and despite the fly, like, psychologist is still affected by that shared damage. Oh, we gotta be careful here because Toy Merchant is also blue in terms of charge. So if psychologist eats this hit, we are going to see Toy Merchant get possibly downed. Next thing. Is there any lockers
Looks like
nearby?
we are going to go see that chair for that batter. We are going to see batter's first chair and chasing down this toy merchant here. Not toy merchant, psychologist. The toy merchant is in the area.
Oh, so it does look like we are going to end up seeing that toy merchant due to the wanted order. Toy merchant's going to go as far as they can to the edge of the map, especially after they're dead on chair. We are going to have psychologist eat a little bit of that hit here, but Devil is able to successfully rescue.
So there is the opportunity here. We could heal up together or really push for ciphers. We are still at 3 ciphers here.
Sorry, I said rescue. I think I meant to say heal up. But we are going to be seeing 2 ciphers remaining. That middle cipher does have a lot of progress, but the hunter is going to go back to it and stun the batter right here. We're going to share this damage with the mercenary, and batter is going to transition all the way over to the corner house.
You know, this is really great play coming up of this Hermit. Even with the sharing of the damage with the mercenary, unfortunately there's only so much damage that the mercenary can take here before it really stalls both cipher progress and being able to rescue.
Oh, unfortunately batter is going to get stunned here, so he's going to share the damage here with the mercenary once again. We're gonna go for the stairs one more time, and it does look like psychologist went into the locker to get rid of that charge.
Just
And they're gonna
overshooting
shoot
just
in the
a
middle.
little bit here, missing that ball. And a beautiful down coming off of the Hermit here, getting that batter downed. And right to the chair we go.
That's right next to the healing survivors as well. We talked about this over in the band picks before the match started, but both psychologists and mercenary are quite affected by the slower healing, so it does stunt their cipher progress as well. We do have the corner cipher with psychologist at a really good position though, so it does kind of put the middle cipher as a possible last one, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we are going to commit to the batter here after getting rescued off the chair from the merc successfully.
just not being able to waste enough time here. Great knockback coming off of this batter.
Oh,
We really want to go for wasting as much time as possible, especially with the mercenary here and the psychologist being able to only take so much damage.
oh my goodness, we're gonna commit to the psychologist here who is going to be sharing damage with the mercenary, and both of them are going to be going down.
Looks like the batter is still the only player on the field here that can really do anything. Unfortunately, no other player has the shared damage, so even with picking up that charge, it does seem like the batter is in a really difficult position right now.
That's right, and we're gonna see a teleport over towards the middle cipher. Batter's still with his trail appearing, but he has since then transitioned over to the two-story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great! Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up, and the psychologist has been rescued here. So we still have the ample time to really try and pull for finishing that last cipher. Especially if both of them are on it and decoding. We've all picked up a charge that does give the batter a little bit of time being able to take one more hit here.
Nice. So we're gonna split that damage between everybody as they're committed to that middle cipher. And of course, we did see the teleport get utilized, so we can't quite see the teleport happen right here. They're going to have opposite polarities, just in case. And batter is... Oh, we're gonna opt for the pop right here. Really, really good idea on the survivor's end, especially considering how much Hermit can stun you, especially at the prime cipher. We're going to have psychologist over by the gate, and it does look like we're going to be committing to that chase.
Well, looks like we are using the
Oh.
tram here to try and get away from the hermit. And it looks
Mm-hmm.
like we are going to open up this last gate here. Teleport still is not up. You have about 5 seconds left on it. Um, I believe that the hermit also did connect both the gates, so we do have a bit of a slowdown to opening the gate here.
That's right. Good on Devil for moving away from the gate, despite having such high progress on it. At that point, Hermit was pretty uh, close. So it did buy some time to transition away. And of course, we're going to be sharing damage with the mercenary again. Oh, but now that that teleport is online, we are going to be seeing a teleport over to the back gate. And we are catching sight of the psychologist trail here, who does transition over towards the middle. This tri-palette area is yet to be utilized, so we're going to see our kite over here. But unfortunately, due to the stun, we're going to see psychologist go down.
Looks like the gate is open and both the mercenary and the better escape, making this a two-man draw for both teams here.
Yeah, really good stuff. That was a really intense matchup, as expected from a Hermit match. It's really great to see the survivors bounce back, especially since we saw a little bit of basement action. We saw a lot of times where um, there was like double down situations. But they really stayed on top of making sure that they were healing each other and keeping up with the cipher progress. And even though middle cipher is such a risky cipher to have as your last one, it worked out in the end. It was really good to pop it at that point when the hermit had changed targets.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal match. We had a really um rough start for the survivor side here. Um, losing a toy merchant so early on, especially when you're at 5 ciphers against a hermit, really stalls cipher time. But the merc, even though the rescue was after half, being able to get off a clean rescue and really be able to body block there, really helps build up team momentum. And the toy merchant got to get away for even just a little bit more time, just to get out there and waste more time.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness.
And then I will just like huge props at the end of the match, especially seeing the duo of both the batter and the psychologist. Losing losing the psychologist there, and having her on chair, and the Merc getting the double down with her. You know, we were commenting on how the Merc has a really slow pickup time.
Hmm.
Um, but he was up and at it immediately and was able to get that psychologist off the chair as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's right. It's good that they were able to communicate with one another as well. Another thing that I remember that really struck out was during the basement rescue when Mercenary was trying to body block for the toy merchant, um, but ended up getting stunned on the staircase, and Hermit was able to maneuver away from him. Batter switched to the same polarity as the toy merchant at the last second. That was a really
Mhm.
close call, but it
Really,
definitely bought the toy merchant way more time because she was rescued just after half.
being able to really diverge and split up the damage there really, really did help that toy merchant's longevity. Um, her survival was very key to getting the tie condition here, and just being able to push her as far as she could go, even though she wasn't able to heal up and um, really wasn't able to be on the playing field as often here. She still did such a great job.
Agreed. Um, oh, so we are going to be moving into the second half of round two. Novelist and Gardener are going to be our global bans due to them getting locked in first thing in the last match.
Um, looks like we are seeing, I believe, a priestess and seer ban. 100% makes total sense. Especially seeing a priestess ban on a map like this. Uh, if utilized correctly, those portals can get you from one gate to the other in such a fast time frame. And then obviously with the seer, you don't want that extra hit coming off. Being able to accumulate rage and gather owls, even if it slows them down, still not something you really want to deal with.
Agreed. Oh, so we are going to be having Forward and Gravekeeper as our first picks for Survivor. Considering the presence of an official rescuer now, I'm definitely anticipating a no tide Forward.
Super excited. I feel like I'm thrown back into Koa 4 right now. Just with these two picks here. The rise of the rescue survivor meta. Um, all rescue teams. Oh, we are gonna be seeing a cheerleader. Really, really great character to see here. Especially if timed correctly, her motivate, her cheer, being able to pick up a survivor if downed really helps, especially with the gravekeeper. The motivate, being able to utilize that shovel right away, super great.
Agreed. She really makes for a solid teammate for both Gravekeeper and Forward, being able to reset those cooldowns for not just the shovel but the rugby ball as well. Um, I'm
Are you
absolutely
joking?
hyped. Oh my gosh, how? Okay,
You
me and
joking?
Mian can't help it. Like this is kind of like a personal offense because Mian is a Vera lover, Vera main. Their Vera is amazing. I'm a mechanic main. I
You're
know
so
she's
sweet.
fallen from grace, but in Tracy Resnick's defense, this is a pretty solid map for her. So I see why we would take her off the table. I would love a mechanic
Mhm.
pick, but clearly that's not happening today, or at least for this round. Hint, hint, wink, wonk.
I was gonna say, do you think the teams did their research on us? Um, these are both two survivors that are super great on this map. Um, Maybe it's just my bias towards the perfumer. and the fact that I play her at every possible chance that I get. But you know, being able to use the perfumes not even to just recall getting hit, but being able to use them like if you prefer a perfume at the top of a two-story building and then jump down and make distance and have the hunter follow you, etc. Like you really don't want one of those you really don't want that distance between you and your survivor that you're chasing here.
Agreed. And honestly, it was good on the hunter for taking perfumer off the table after cheerleader was locked in. We were talking about it just before, but perfumer is another really great teammate in terms of having a cheerleader on the team. Being able to reset
Mhm.
the perfume cooldown is really helpful.
What hunter do you think we're gonna see here? My guess, and this is just a personal theory, is we're either gonna be seeing a geisha or a bloody queen. This is coming from both the mech and perfumer bands. Those are two hunters that I personally know. Like you want to knock off Cypher Rush and you want to knock off being able to get in that double hit.
Hmm. Did we talk about the antiquarian lock-in as our last pick? I
Oh
feel like
no,
she's a really solid choice for this team. We do
she
have a
is.
double harasser situation, so it does not just for hunter pick, but it allows for some variety in terms of hunter trait that we could be bringing. We might see excitement utilized. Um,
Oh, I definitely agree. I am a huge fan of TT being able to get that stun lock and being able to keep the hunter from, you know, hitting and using their traits is really great for the team matchup like this. And of course having the cheerleader there with the motivate. I called it. I call it. We are going to be seeing a geisha, easily countered by both perfumer and mechanic. But with a team matchup like this, these are all characters that are going for distance. So with seeing geisha here, you're gonna see her cut. You're gonna see her be able to really cut off.
Agreed. It's fun because all of these characters can really make good distance. So it's really going to be about timing your abilities and your items and keeping track of when that stuff is on cooldown as well.
Hmm. You know, I I love seeing Geisha gameplay here. Especially on a map like Ever Sleeping. This is her home map. This is her area to really shine. Um, you know, there's a lot of really great wide open places and there's a lot of more condensed areas here. Um, so being able to really be able to cut in from across the map and cut off survivors, especially when you have survivors like both William the forward, Lily the cheerleader, who are very distance based. With how fast the geisha is, she can quickly cut them off.
That's right. And before we get into things, I did want to go over the persona webs of the
Mm.
survivors. We are going to be seeing Gravekeeper as our sole tide carrier this time around. So it does seem like my non-tide forward prediction did pull through. We're going to see forward and antiquarian bring along flywheel effect, which honestly is a pretty solid choice considering they have to get up in personal to utilize their harassment potential. And cheerleader is going to opt for broken windows.
Really, really great choice for the cheerleader here. Broken Windows, I feel, is such a viable play here. Being able to use both her broken windows and then also motivate, being able to cheer herself on, that speed boost. If you have two in your motivate, you can do it twice as much, which means you can get twice as much as distance.
Absolutely. I definitely vouch for that 3-9 cheerleader build. Ever since I took off Tide, my life has changed for the better. But that's just my
Sorry.
that's just my bias.
I am forever a 69 truther. That's just how it is. I will bring 69 on anyone. Super excited to go into our match here. It looks like we are slowly moving ourselves in. I'm really excited to see how this team composition plays against a hunter like Geisha.
I can definitely I don't know. I'm thinking back to the thought of excitement. I feel like it would definitely be viable to bring excitement in terms of this team comp. But um if we're gonna go like up down with Geisha, then we might want to switch over to trump card detention instead if we want to push for that teleport late game.
Looks like we are seeing Z as our forward here, Xenia as our Gravekeeper, Neclotelin as our Auntie, and Grease as our cheerleader. Looks like we're going for a wide formation here. You want all your harassers in the center field, and of course you want the cheerleader in probably predominantly one of the better areas of this map to come. There's a lot of really great looping potential in that graveyard area.
And considering how loaded graveyard is in terms of uh, pallets and tall walls, it does allow you to not quite use up your items, but you could potentially use those motivates, for example, to transition once you've used it up. So we are going to go into the second half of round 2 with our Crimson Curse survivors up against our Pyxis Hunter. Good luck to both teams. Now we are going to have Gisha close in on the cheerleader. We're going to see a motivate utilized to transition to the window vault, but we're going to see a first hit here. Now, unfortunately, taking that window vault with 3-9, while you're on that motivate cooldown, it completely negates the broken windows effect, but we are going to be seeing a cheerleader leave the graveyard area and unfortunately get cornered over here from looking back at the Geisha.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is just one of the harder parts about playing against Michiko here. Trying to really stall and make sure that you don't get trapped under her butterflies. Unfortunately, sometimes you just end up getting a little pinched in certain areas.
And we are going to be having the forward move in for our first rescue here. Oh, nice stun.
Great stun coming up with the forward. Unfortunately, that cheerleader is just gonna go down right again. But you know, being able to really not.
Where did forward go? Oh, okay. Alright, so he's vacated the premises. I was really anticipating the balloon rescue and excitement pop. I do see the excitement pop or excitement there, and we are going to go for a second rescue. Oh, but the immediate dash forward is able to get this body block in, and we're gonna go. Oh my goodness, we're going to see forward go down here after the excitement pop. Good on the forward for trying to assist the cheerleader here, and we are going to see a motivate to break that distance after a Geisha dash. Are we gonna get to the pallet in time? No, unfortunately, we are going to get that charge hit.
So unfortunately, we are going to be seeing the cheerleader go back to the manor. We are at 4 ciphers. You know, we had a little bit of an early rescue coming up of that forward here. Over stalling for time. Looks like we are going to quickly pick up that forward and vacate the premises immediately.
Oh, after seeing Gravekeeper utilize that shovel, we're just going to leave both of them. It does allow for them to have some healing, but it will step their decoding further. Now, Antiquarian is going to be our next target for Michiko here.
So this is always my comment when I'm seeing
Oh, beautiful
great
knockback with the flute. Oh, excellent knockback again with the flute. And we're gonna see it one more time.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Unfortunately, this is my biggest thing is
Oh, that was a really great
Really
jump.
great.
Oh, but we're still gonna
Forcing
get hit through the
pallet
pallet.
there. You know, geisha players nowadays play
Oh,
so much more aggressively than they used to, and you're really seeing that here. Zach is not hesitating to swing at anything.
that's right. And we are gonna see a little bit of a pushback here. But Antiquarian only has a little bit of that flute left. And we are going to be cutting around this. Oh! Excitement pop on the last bit of that flute here. Able to knock Antiquarian down.
We are going to see the antiquarian lose that flute as well. She's no longer able to use it, which means she has no item here. It's really up to, I believe, the forward if he is coming in for a rescue or anything. You know, there is always that trick of being able to bring in an item to help support someone.
We're going to see a butterfly utilized in the midst of a soul departure. Zinnia is going to stare back at this geisha to prevent the... Oh! Excellent drop down here, but not quite connecting in terms of a hit. We did see this area get utilized a little bit earlier, but we're going to do... Oh, no!
Happens all the time. Unfortunately, that's Lova believing that you're gonna get that dash in. Sometimes even when it's a blink, you know, just over preparing yourself, and unfortunately the antiquarian vaulted right back over.
Yeah, unfortunate misstep right here. We are going to be getting chaired right in front of one of our last two ciphers. It is going to be the last cipher, in fact, now that Forward has just popped the other cipher in a distance. We're going to see Geisha break these two pallets outside of the two-story while Gravekeeper uses that shovel. Forward is also going to move in, and it's really going to be a tight situation because this is such an open area, and we're not quite we're not quite ready for the prime. Yeah, that's right. We have a quarter of the cipher left. Beautiful flywheel. But, oh, we're gonna utilize the last of that rugby ball, but we're gonna see a terror shock after that charge hit onto the window.
Looks like we're leaving the Gravekeeper to finish decoding here. Just switching to abnormal.
Good call on saving that trump card from Zach. We are going to be seeing Antiquarian obtain elbow pads from the box. Oh, but Gravekeeper is going to get hit through here. Good discipline on not quite vaulting yet. That could have definitely been another terror shock.
Really, really great discipline coming up at this Gravekeeper. And looks like we are going to see the
another
a brand new cipher. Whoa.
Forward picked himself up. It was a good call to get picked up early in the game. To ensure he'd be able to get picked up later. It would have really put them in a bad spot had he not have his pickup. So we're going to go over to the graveyard area.
Looks like we are waiting for that cipher to get primed.
Forward is doing a good job tonight at spading over in the two-story. And, of course, Antiquarian is priming a cipher across the map. Now that the hunter has switched to abnormal, they don't really have to worry about a teleport.
No need to worry about a teleport, but this is a geisha, unfortunately, being able to throw herself up, use her soul siphon, and get into the air, and throw a butterfly. She can easily clear the map, so this is really just a pinch of who can get the most distance and faster.
Now that cipher is just nearly primed, so we just need to be careful of the double hit here. Okay, we're able to pop, and Gravekeeper is able to get out of that chair.
We're in a really, really hard position right here. Either chasing the Gravekeeper or
we are
the forward.
We aren't going to get the hit here, but oh, Gravekeeper doubling back gets down here. He did get rescued after half, so after getting chaired, he will get sent back to the manor. But Zach is going to opt for, not quite being able to dash at the forward after looking back. So we're going to go pick up the Gravekeeper here and send him back to the manor.
Looks like we are going to see that gate is going to be open. The hatch is right next to the geisha. Looks like we are... going to cut off the forward here. Beautiful flywheel.
unfortunately, we are gonna get downed over here. There wasn't really much rugby ball to work with left after that, and Antiquarian is pushed out of the gate. So we are going to get a 3-man elimination by Pixis Hunter. Congratulations and well done to the Crimson Curse survivors.
Job. Really, really great play coming from both 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 sides of the team. So sorry. But we had a lot of really great moments coming off of the Crimson Curse survivors here. Especially with a lot of great discipline coming off of this Gravekeeper.
Hmm. Oh, honestly, I know I kept talking about it earlier, but I definitely think that excitement posed a huge threat to both the forward and the antiquarian. They were able to get downed.
Mhm.
Both times it was utilized. And as well as the trump card getting used for abnormal, that put them in a really tight position, as well as getting chaired right beside the first last cipher.
Honestly, this is a lot of really great discipline coming off of both sides of the team. Um, being able to just wait out that final cipher here with the forward and being able to get that Gravekeeper off of the chair. The Geisha being able to fly up into the air and get that free hit from her drop down. Um, just missing to get the first hit with no recovery and then getting the terror shot. Like, really great coming from both of them.
Agreed. Um, it was definitely really fun to watch. Considering the points from both the rounds, we are going to be having Pixis advance to our playoffs. But it was really great to watch both teams.
Yeah, I had so much fun today with everyone. We are going to slowly transition into our intermission, but our next match does start in an hour. Very, very excited for the lineup we have later on tonight as well. We are going to have both Bugs coming back and Ray coming in to commentate for us tonight.
Oh yes, that's right. And we are going to be having PIP versus QIT up later today. I'm really looking forward to both of those matches, even though we'll be off commentating for now. It was really a joy to be here, and thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Lots of love to everyone in the audience who can make it. Lots of love to the players who all competed today. Lots of love to the staff joining us and keeping everything running so smoothly and beautifully.
Thank you so much for having us. I'll be here tomorrow morning and I believe afternoon.
Yes, that's right. I do believe you're double booked tomorrow, and
I am
I will be later on tomorrow as well with
so
Bones. It's gonna be
excited.
fun.
We'll have so much fun. All right. Thank you so much again for having us. I'm Mian, and this is Mima. I'll see you guys
Thank
in an
you.
hour.
No one knows how far it goes, but we know that the road we follow take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than ready. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Even through our investigation, difference nowadays a direction. In this game, first break through the chains, some lost memories untold, the shadows unfold. In this game, our true fragments, the words collide. Before the endless night. Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid, till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrance since bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to be me, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. No one knows how far it goes, but we know the new hope we follow. Take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than a way. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Even through our investigation, difference nowadays a direction. Always there, we miss loud. place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid, till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have, no future's already begun. place at its finest. In July they came, and that in August, for flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of the scars. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid, till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrance since bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrance since bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrance since bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have, their futures already begun. place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discard. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. No one knows how far it goes, but we know the new road we follow take us to the truth that lies behind the lies. No one knows how to be free, but you know it's more than you and me. It's our destiny, down we never let go. Even through our investigation, difference nowadays a direction.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in for the second half of the LO League. My name is Ray, and I am joined here by my fellow commentator.
Hello. My name is Bugs Bite. I'm sure you've all seen me before, and if you haven't, though, this is my I wouldn't say first, but it's one of the first times that I've commentated for a tournament. So bear with me. But I'm really happy to be here, and I'm also really excited for today's matches. Woo! Yay! Yeah!
I am as well. Looks like we're going to have a lot of fun to get into. I'm very excited to see exactly what the teams are going to bring out and exactly how they are going to um, sort of play it out today.
Yeah, especially since I don't personally. Again, I don't have personal bias toward either team, so I'm really interested to see on how like the picks, the bans. I'm really looking forward because this is all surprise to me. So I'm really looking forward to the matches that we have set up today. Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to seeing, Ray?
Well, I'm always super excited to see an opera singer match because I
Mm-hmm.
think Battle of the Opera is always really fun in round one. But I would like to see maybe some Hermit gameplay or even
Mm-hmm.
something a little out of left field like a Geisha.
Oh yes. Seems that we're already getting our band picks in. We will have the airplanist and the gardener being taken out of today's or this round rather, and we're also going to be playing on. It seems to be Ours Factory.
Yeah,
Very solid picks. Very solid band picks for that map too.
I think that's a really fun pick. For arms, they could be trying to potentially counter out um, that opera singer because she kind of struggles a little bit on this map
Mm-hmm.
because there are so many walls that she can't really like dash around quickly. It looks like we are going to see a first lock as the perfumer and the coordinator. Um, both pretty good characters for first lock. Of course, that means that they will be global banned for the rest of the match.
Yes, of course. And I do know somebody that's going to be very excited to see a perfumer. Since our third band has come in as well, it means we're going to be taking Seer off the table, which is completely fair, especially if we are looking forward to an opera singer. That just the owl buys so much extra time. Uh, but again, she can catch up very fast, but it's again completely understandable. We're also going to be seeing an antiquarian pick. It's very interesting that she was allowed out of her cage so soon, but again, anything can happen. And we're
I
also
honestly,
seeing our last pick, which is Mercenary. Fan pick.
absolutely. I definitely think that this is going to be a comp that the hunter's definitely going to want to bring either desperate fight or excitement for, with the coordinator and the antiquarian being a pretty fatal duo
Mm-hmm.
for any hunter who's not quite used to stuns. Banning out the merc, we may end up seeing a first officer lock.
Yeah, we might actually see a first officer or even oh.
A wildling pick. That is definitely interesting. I've definitely seen wildling picked more in
Mm-hmm.
the like earlier the first halves for the
Mm-hmm.
first pick. Um, and I definitely think that there could be potentially some stronger uh, rescuers out there. But I'm interesting to see how the wildling will be brought out to play.
Also a very harasser heavy team. It's very interesting that they've gone with this layout. But again, on a small map like Orange Factory, it's very understandable, especially when everything's so condensed and close together. I mean, like a lot of the good kiting areas are right next to basement, so it could be uh really integral that they do have the harassers online for when if such a scenario arises.
Mhm. If I were this, if I were Pip, I would probably want to potentially put the perfumer in a place where she would be easily chased. because it
Mhm.
seems like she's going to really be the target for the hunter, with the others being intended to support her in her kite.
Mhm. A strong pick like Perfumer, she can really hold her own for a while as well. She's uh, a very good kiter. But again, all of them seem to be able to hold their own. Of course, we have the antiquarian with her stick. We have the wildling with his boar, and of course, once you get that cord gun out, it's pretty much curtains closed for her.
We are
Uh,
going to see a disciple lock for the first half. Definitely something that I wasn't expecting. Um, but just because we weren't
welcome.
expecting it doesn't mean that it's not welcome. Exactly. I think this is going to be super fun to see. Disciple is definitely an interesting choice on arms, not necessarily something I would have picked, but I'm very excited to see exactly how she will be played.
Yes, especially against these harassers. It really seems like they took into account the just how much support they can offer and kind of responded to it with you know, like a counter of sorts. Because again, you can't harass if your skills are locked or if you're stunned. So it really does seem like it was a very respectful pick to like ease the tension just a little bit on the hunter.
I honestly think this is going to be something really interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot wait for everyone to go ahead and get into it. I think this is going to be super exciting, and I'm excited. And I'm anticipating the battle against the survivors and the disciple.
Especially since it's a little bit rare that we see Anne nowadays. She hasn't fully tapered off into obscurity, but she is a little bit of a rare pick. So I do believe this is actually the first time we're seeing her in this tournament. So I'm really excited to see how this one plays.
Mhm. I'm a little excited to see exactly how the survivor team will handle up against this disciple,
Mm-hmm.
because not only, as you previously said, does disciple counter the stunners with the ability of the skill lock, but she also kind of counters these. This team was, I feel, very obviously meant to counter a um, an opera singer who we're not
Mm-hmm.
seeing. So as a result, this is a little bit of a weaker team against a character like Disciple.
Yeah, it really seems like they were banking on an opera singer pick, and it just didn't happen. It just it excellent. Like uh, how do I put this? Is an excellent response from the hunter to be like, "Hey, I see what you're doing, and I'm gonna deny it right now."
Absolutely. I think this is going to be something super exciting as we wait for everybody to go ahead and get ready into LLO League or LO League. Are there any expectations that you're hoping to see in this match, and any particular way you want it to go? Not in terms of Survivor versus Hunter, but in terms of maybe what kind of support you want to see, or maybe even potential spawns.
I'm really interested to see how they utilize the gun because I feel like everybody has a different use for the gun. Some people use it to kite, some people use it to harass. It's again, it's used only one time and then it's curtain closed for the coordinator. But she the utilization of her ability is just always uh, a welcome and exciting thing for me just because as somebody who plays coordinator personally, I always save my gun for kiting because I'm just horrible at kiting. So when I get into a sticky situation, I'll just pull out the gun and be like, please switch to somebody else. It's over. It's over for me. I have nothing left. But uh, I'm really hoping to see that we can get some gun harassment.
Yeah,
Oh,
overall, I think we're super excited to see this hop in. Um, I personally am hoping to see, like you said, whether or not they play the coordinator in terms of a more rescue centric role.
Mm-hmm.
or in a more kiter role. It really depends. I wonder if we'll be seeing any flywheels. What do you think?
We may see a flywheel actually on the antiquarian, and knowing that it is an uh, it is a little bit tricky to actually flywheel the stun, but it can be done, and it could be very game changing for the survivors if they do manage to pull it off. But after all those flywheel dodges that we saw in the previous match against the Hermit, uh, I honestly have some pretty high expectations for what flywheel can be utilized for.
Yeah, absolutely. We are super excited to go ahead and start moving into this. I definitely think that out of this team, the perfumer is going to be a struggle against the disciple because perfumer is countered pretty heavily by Anne with
Mm-hmm.
the fact that the stun duration lasts almost as long as the entire perfume.
Mm-hmm. It's also again like once she gets the second presence or first presence rather, once Anne gets her first presence and she's able to redirect her cats, it really becomes a little bit more tricky to utilize the third perfume in my personal experience. But again, these players are not me, so they're probably significantly better than my skills. But again, we could be seeing like a lot of like perfume dodges as opposed to negating the damage. Uh, and what I mean by that is perfume a little bit of ways away, run away, have the ant jump to you and or like at least start the animation to jump and then just go back to the perfume.
Yeah, absolutely. Pardon me. I also think that um I wonder what build the hunter could be bringing. Potentially up down,
Mm-hmm.
um, with teleport, warp, or even excitement. Or we could be potentially seeing a trump card build with heavy palette breaking.
Mm-hmm. Anne is one of those characters I feel like that kind of requires the fast palette breaking just because uh, the survivors a lot of the time you see a survivor like hiding behind a pallet and dropping it when comes time for the stun to come down. And it really does make all the difference to have the fast palette breaking, especially when you're in like a situation like that. It's also very on a map like Orange Factory, confined space could also be very beneficial, especially for the factory and the shack. It really is just a matter of what uh our hunter here chooses.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure if warp is permitted, but if it is, this could be very strong. Disciple is pretty fond of the warp now that it's been introduced into
Hmm.
rank matches.
I haven't personally had experience with the warp lately. Is how does warp and play?
So warp in plays kind of a little bit where you okay. So warp is not allowed, first off, but warp
Mm-hmm.
in, you kind of get that first hit and then use the warp to teleport back to the chair, and it's a lot faster than the teleport animation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like bringing a TP in, but you can also use it to pressure additional ciphers while returning back to the chair in time to stuff the rescue or just apply a little bit more pressure.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting. As we had said, it seems that warp is not allowed in this tournament, which is completely understandable. It's still a new trait, hasn't been properly acclimated yet. Um, but of course, we could see the teleport being utilized as it was as if it was a warp.
Hmm. Absolutely. We could also potentially be seeing excitement, though trump card
Mhm.
on Anne is something that is also kind of popular depending on what trait you bring. We could see potentially excitement first trait and then switch to either blink or teleport or even blink first trait.
Mhm. I know Blink Ann is very popular, especially in the situation of the survivors vaulting over obstacles in order to get away from the stun. And it's I'm a Blink truther personally. I believe that Blink is a pretty staple trait for most hunters. But of course, uh as we've seen, a lot of these hunters, it's really actually kind of rare in this tournament so far that people have been bringing Blink first trait, and it's really interesting to me because me personally, when I play hunter, I always take Blink. It's like a crutch. I just can't get rid of it.
Well, blink is great if you're trying to get it down within the first like 120 seconds of the match.
Mm-hmm.
What you do is you get that first hit, you blink the second hit, and that pretty much sets you up for a tie.
Mm-hmm.
Especially depending on the hunter, or even blink first hit skill, second hit sets you up for a pretty quick down, therefore cutting the cipher progress significantly slower than if you had been bringing something else like potentially excitement or teleport.
Mm-hmm. It seems we're having a little bit of technical difficulties regarding spectators. So we're going to be having a little bit of a delay. Please bear with us. But while that happens, what kind of expectations do you have for this match, Ray? If I haven't asked yet.
Mhm. Well, I think that for this match, we could potentially be seeing, well, of course, since it is round one, we do want to see the Disciple try to get as many kills as possible. But
Mm-hmm.
traditionally, Disciple is not a really 4-kill hunter unless she's in the hands of a really powerful hunter, which
Mm-hmm.
could be something really awesome to see.
Oh, it seems that we have our persona trees up as well. It seems that everybody is going to be taking borrowed time. We're going for a more kite-oriented build for coordinator, kind of what I expected. We're also going to be seeing the perfumer taking broken windows. The Chishi, as I anticipated, is going to be taking flywheel, and our wildling is going to have Ty Turner as the sole rescuer.
Absolutely. I'm surprised we're not seeing any builds with no borrowed time, especially on a character like the perfumer. I think it might have been an interesting choice to have her bring potentially both flywheel and windows.
Yes, that would have been very reminiscent of somebody that I know. Uh, but just to have the broken windows on perfumer though is really gearing up to ensure that she is going to kite for as long as she possibly can. Seems that we're going to be running straight to her actually. Um Again, the Wildling's skill, if you didn't know, negates tinnitus, so she doesn't exactly know where she is just yet. But it seems that the perfumer is in a very strong position in the factory for right now.
Yeah, and ooh, the first cat was missed, which does unfortunately um, cause the disciple to lose a little bit more pressure, especially against this team. It's very important early on to get as many of your skills as possible. And another miss from the cats. And we are seeing a great perfume.
perfume.
Absolutely stunning job. And we are going to see excitement as the main trait.
Mm-hmm. Now, we don't exactly know what persona tree that the Anne is bringing, but it does seem that she's breaking the pallets a little bit faster than she would if she didn't have that. Uh, I'm not too aware of what that one is, that trait's called, but it does seem like we might be switching target. Oh no, we're still continuing the chase on the femur. We're also seeing a lot of curved jumps from the Anne, which is again such a talent. It really is a talent to have that you can curve those jumps like that, just like that. And
It looks like the disciple tried to do a quick down in terms of get the hit with the stun and then have the cat move over, but it does look like it was potentially a missed opportunity there. And the perfumer again playing lots of mind games, but unfortunately
Ooh.
failing the mind game at that window and will be going down. We dart at 3 ciphers remaining, almost 2.
Still a wonderful first kite, despite the loss of the first perfume. It really was a testament to how strong this perfumer actually is. It seems that we're going to be seeing the wildling in the area, not quite coming for the rescue just yet, but the Gisha is also in the area to give a little bit more of pressure for the ant to handle. We're also going to be seeing the cats, for lack of a better word, explode and lock off their abilities and also ability to decode. We're what a wonderful hit!
Very good job. And if we did take a look, the reason that the antiquarian took that cat was so that it could not be recalled for the sake of the stuff.
Stuffing the rescue, yes.
And the perfumer's doing a great job of just rotating away from all of the ciphers, kind of forcing the team to, or allowing the team to get as much decode time as possible.
Mm-hmm. It does seem like the antiquarian will not be harassing here, but it does seem that the wildling is coming back for another rescue, perhaps a one that focuses more on supporting until the very end. As you can see, we are at one cipher, and the last cipher is a little bit over halfway as well.
Yeah, looks like the wildling is also opening up a second cipher, but the coordinator is hiding just around the corner in order to try and get that rescue. It's very important that the coordinator nails her gun and doesn't fail it, because then she's stuck without a without an item for endgame. The reason that they're not really going immediately for this perfumer is to not only give the antiquarian time to decode, but to the perfumer has no items for endgame, so she's really unable to.
Lovely body block. It seems that we're going to be switching targets to the antiquarian for now, given that the cipher progress is just so close to being finished. They're going to definitely have to start a different one. Oh, it seems that they're healing over there. But I saw that. I saw that turn. Oh, I saw that. That's so unfortunate. But you know what? Saving the gun is also a wonderful, wonderful option, especially since the ant does have excitement. It could have spelled a quick down for this unfortunate coordinator. But we will be seeing a window hit, a very beautiful one, in fact. And the perfumer is now searching for a secondary item, as well as the wildling coming back to just give a little bit more pressure to that cipher. We can see that the antiquarian has started a different one on the opposite side of the map. But of course, it is beneficial to continue to pressure that cipher as sort of a mind game to her. It seems that we're going to be waiting out the rescue just a little bit to give us some more time. And wonderful body blocking from the wildling. Again, we still have the gun online.
Yes, the coordinator is being very, very patient in terms of like drawing out this item, trying to save it for an end game. And the excitement hasn't been brought online either. But it looks like the perfumer will be going in with a second Euphoria, getting the no damage rescue.
Oh no!
And we will be moving into endgame. With the antiquarian already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the disciple to change targets. With all 4 survivors up at endgame, this is looking like potentially a 3 escape or even a 4 escape on the turn of the survivors. Potentially a tie as well.
We do see the coordinator working that 9, and again, we still have excitement online. It could spell make or break for this poor little coordinator and her gun. It seems that the ant is actually sanctioning her off from the dungeons. Very, very interesting. We will be seeing 2 survivors, and oh no, the gun. Excitement, but it does seem that we have our 3-man.
Absolutely great job in the turn on the survivor side. Just keeping up the pressure with a great kite from the perfumer and a fantastic endgame kite from the coordinator.
It was truly a really beautiful example of what I had mentioned, the perfume dodge to avoid the hit. It was really how do I say this? Unexpected that it was pulled off so fast, especially since it really looked like the swing was about to go through.
Yeah, it was super entertaining to see. I'm super excited to see how the opposite team will go ahead and move forward. Overall, though, that was a really interesting match. Again, like previously said, the Disciple is not a super common choice for a round one hunter because she's pretty strong in terms of the tie category,
Mm-hmm.
but it could be potentially that they're trying to save something out for an additional, um, save something for a later round.
Yes, it could also be that they're just how do I put this? Giving a false sense of security to the survivors here. We definitely have a good lineup for the survivor side. But again, anything can happen. It's never over until it's over.
Absolutely. I think it'll be super exciting to see just how the different teams bring this into the continuing game. But we are going to go ahead and move into the second half of round one.
Hmm. Especially on a map like Ours Factory, it's uh you really have a lot to work with in terms of hunters, especially uh survivor of the hunters that uh benefit from such a flat map. There is no raised areas in this map, so it's really um hunters like Anne, Dream Witch, uh, Bloody Queen. Those kinds of hunters excel vastly in uh, such a place, especially since the middle area is very open.
Absolutely. And with such a small map, like you said, there's not really a lot of different spots for these survivors to go. It would be interesting to see potentially a Dream Witch on this map, or even something like a potentially even a wax artist.
Or even a sculptor with how condensed the walls are, the palettes, things like that. It could happen.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of of other hunters that would work on this map. Nayad is not super strong on this map. There are too many walls for her to really make effective puddles.
hmm we could see possibly a
The
like you
first
said, the opera singer is really an option here. And we also have our first band in. Unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to Michael Morton.
goodbye to the acrobat and the perfumer. So this could potentially be an opera singer, as she's
hmm
countered, trying to kind of lock that out. If we see maybe a gardener lock on QYT side.
Yes, especially since in the previous matchup, Mima and Mian had gone over just how strong the gardener is against the opera singer. It just from veterans boost, the bubble, of course, and just the overall ability of the gardener to get away and kind of almost outrun the opera singer. She really does stand a chance, and it really is interesting to see how these. Sorry,
Absolutely.
I just saw something, like my eyebrows raised.
I do think that this could potentially be, like I said, they're going to pick that gardener and the magician, both really, really strong counters to the opera. The gardener able to kind of take the hits in the time that it takes the opera to catch up, and the magician, he can place his illusions in the shadow path, forcing the opera singer to leave the path and either swing or go around, wasting a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Especially since the a magician, he does, I believe, get a speed boost as well when he uses his uh wand. So that could be very interesting to play out. We'll be seeing our next band coming in, Antiquarian, unfortunately being banned, but we will also be seeing our pick in the Barmaid coming in. Very interesting choice. It does seem that there's a recurring theme among these survivors with having just the speed needed to get away from the hunter should the situation come to it.
Absolutely. And the barmaid pick could also be to potentially dissuade something like a hermit, uh, where she kind of counters him in terms of kind of negating that damage depending on what the hunter decides to bring out.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I honestly think that it could go either way in terms of who will be playing who. It does look like our fourth and final ban is going to be the cheerleader, which does make sense. She is another one of those hunters. The cheerleader is the new hunter,
she
but
is.
she's
She follows the theme of the team to have a speed boost that is just incredible to have to go against, and we will be completing the theme with the mercenary.
I think this is going to be a really interesting match. The mercenary, of course, is one of the most stable rescues in the game with his delayed damage. However, he's not as strong as he used to be, but with the delayed damage kind of taking effect a lot faster than it would previously. Overall, though, I'm really excited to see exactly how this team will square up and against who the hunter could be. Again, my bets are on either an opera singer or even something like a hermit. I think it would be really fun to see.
Especially again, the opera singer. There's a lot to work with on the map, like Orange Factory, and it does seem like the survivor team is preparing for the inevitable opera singer pick. But it also could just be that they are anticipating something else that we don't personally know of yet. But I would like to bet that maybe we'll get a geisha. Of course, that's just me wishful thinking.
Geisha could potentially work against this team. She's able to catch up really quickly against the barmaid, but against these this team is a little bit of a chonky team. Like the
Mm-hmm.
survivors are all able to essentially take multiple hits. I put that in quotations because the magician does not send anything into attack recovery.
Yes, it does appear to be kind of a beefy team with the gardener with her bubbles that only go on cooldown. I don't think Shara runs out of them. And the barmaid having the re replenishable health. It really is.
I think that this is squaring up to be a very interesting map. What I really like about this new band picket is it kind of forces the survivors to get a lot more creative with their team
Mhm.
comps, trying to figure out exactly who we can and who we can't afford to lose.
It does seem like a very well-rounded team comp. However, again, we do have the mercenary as the rescuer. The barmaid could offer support, or she could also be a very valuable kiter, as well as the magician coming in as a kiter or a rescuer even, and the gardener, of course, offering a little bit of support with her ability to break chairs and also being a very, very strong kiter. She is a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think if I were playing on this map. Well, I only have like two hunters. I don't know how to play anybody else. I only know how to play Naiad. Uh,
Completely fair.
but if you were on this map, who would you select?
Do you really want to know?
Yeah.
Well, I would just have to pull out my Joseph of all people. But against this team, it's a no. It's a hard no. I do not like the mercenary. The mercenary is not welcome in my matches.
I think this is going to be something super interesting. Um, it makes me wonder though exactly who will be playing Hunter and what Hunter will be brought out on the team.
Hmm. Really, it really does seem like they would pick an opera singer so soon, given the bands being acrobat. Again, he does have the ability to jump away just as the opera singer closes a distance, and the perfumer offering a lot of time being bought, valuable time no less, is considering the opera singer's one suit is chase and not really pressuring ciphers. Um, and of course we have the antiquarian and the cheerleader being banned as well. Cheerleader, not so much of an issue for opera singer, considering she can respond to that dash uh, a little bit faster than other hunters may be able to. It seems that we have the persona trees for the Merc and the Gardener coming in. We have Mercenary running Borrowed Time as well as Ty Turner. Pretty standard, and but we will see a surprise Gardener being a knower and taking 69. I am a vehement 69 fan. Uh, I will vouch for anybody that chooses to not take borrowed time. Again, as I said in the previous bracket, you do not have to worry about borrowed time if you don't make it to the end of the cipher pop.
I definitely am more of a 12-9 truther myself.
Mm-hmm.
I think that 12-9 is one of the most fun builds that you can bring into the game.
Oh,
Just because
definitely.
it's like, yes, I am going to kite 5 ciphers and I am going to just do a great job. And then you die in 2 minutes, in like 2 seconds to a Soul Weaver. But that's neither here nor there. And we are going to go ahead and see the opera singer brought out. Very exciting to see. I'm super hyped for how this match will go ahead and move forward. I definitely think that with this opera singer, this is gonna it's giving 2024 autumn IJL with this kind of team
Mm-hmm.
comp, like very aggressively countering that opera, but
Really is
playing
reminiscent of it.
but playing the opera anyway. Super exciting, and we are going to um, figure out exactly what's going to happen. We could be potentially seeing teleport on the opera singer, but blink is also an option as well.
Mm-hmm. We're also getting the rest of the persona trees. The barmaid will be taking 39, as well as the magician taking 39 as well. Uh, that uh, shows me that it really is up to just about anybody to kite this opera singer. It seems that they're all prepared to do so as well. It doesn't seem like any of them is particularly afraid to do it either.
Mhm. Absolutely. I think this is going to be a great match to see. The opera matches are always really aggressive and very fast paced. So I'm very excited to see exactly how QYT will counter Pip's opera.
All right, getting into the spawn picks, it seems that we're going to have the magician spawning near the shack in No Man's Land, our rescuer mercenary spawning in the middle, and the gardener spawning a little bit away from the shack, as well as the barmaid. It doesn't seem that anybody wants to be in the factory at the moment. Uh, and the opera singer is also taking a little bit of a hands-off approach.
I think this is going to definitely be a match for the ages, as they say. But we are going to go ahead and move right into it. Again, we are super excited to be commentating round one of Pip versus QYT.
Uh, we are aware that the visuals are not on the screen just yet. Sit tight. They will be here with us. And there they are. It seems that we have gotten the factory palette taken care of just now. The opera singer has also gotten a single presence from the gardener's bubble. If I know it was a little bit difficult to see considering the screen had just switched, but we will be seeing a early hit on the gardener. And with that palette gone, it really is a more difficult transition. Transitioning a little bit to that amazing area. Um,
We are going to go ahead and see
and
the opera singer do a fantastic job, and it does look like the gardener is going to go down very quickly to the opera, just waiting out that bubble. The gardener, unfortunately, wasting a lot of time by trying to move around the opera, who was kind of blocking that pathway.
we also will be seeing that the opera singer does have blink for this occasion. The mercenary will be coming in for rescue, but the opera singer seems to be ooh.
A missed blink and missing the hit as well. Kind of a bit of a wasted opportunity in terms of the opera missing that hit again. Um, but the mercenary will be missing the pallet stun. Um, we will go ahead and be moving in to the gardener. She tries to transition away, but she will be taking that hit and just kind of moving away from the ciphers, forcing the team to, or allowing the team to decode more.
Yes, especially since the basement isn't over here in the factory. It seems it's in the shack. Uh, it really is more beneficial to be over here in this corner where you're farther away from the ciphers and uh, it gives a lot more time for your team to worry about those, especially when you're in the situation where you get it down at 5 ciphers, which is unfortunate, but it's not unprecedented. We will see 2 ciphers have already been done. It does seem like we're selling the gardener for right now, which they definitely could allow for. It seems that mercenary might be taking the second kite.
Yep. And we'll be using that last elbow pad to just kind of transition out to the next area. Oh, but a terror shock
Terror
on the
shock.
mercenary will unfortunately kind of force the team will force the mercenary to waste decoding time as well as cutting that kite tremendously short. And we will see the opera singer kind of looking around, seeing exactly who she can chase next. It does look like she is heading over to the shack to the magician. But we are going to go ahead and see the magician doing a great job of just transitioning out, forcing the opera singer out of the shadow forms as many times as possible. Honestly, great job from uh QIT forcing oh, but did not use the wand, instead decided to take the hit and transition out. It looks like the opera singer is just going to be changing targets, trying to get as many injuries on the map as possible. Will be getting a hit on that
Beautiful hit.
barmaid. Absolutely stunning job. And we are gonna go ahead and see the opera singer get a little stuck, allowing the barmaid to potentially get this drink off, looks like, with the way that she'll be transitioning around.
It's also worth noting that the opera singer has switched to teleport for this occasion. The barmaid here is doing an excellent job at keeping her attention away from the ciphers and from her teammates that are all injured. And oh,
Ooh.
just missing pallet hit.
It was the like unanimous ooh for me. Um, it is hard to palette stun the opera singer while she is in her shadow form because she is so speedy.
Hmm.
That increased speed boost, and it looks like the opera is kind of getting her hands, like her getting back used to it, swapping out between the shadows, doing a great job. The barmaid is down again, forcing him to waste valuable decoding time. Uh, but it does look like this is potentially a tie or even a 3K potential, um,
We will
based
be
on
seeing.
the way the ciphers are. We are at our last cipher, so we are going
Oh,
to go ahead and see that pop. Um, and unfortunately, the mercenary will be going down, but they are already on the gate. And mercenary does no longer has access to his self heal, but the gate will definitely be open before that teleport is off cooldown. So this is looking like a tie.
a very, very uh how do I put this? A very good decision to pop the cipher at that moment, considering that the two remaining survivors were all the way across the map. Teleport was offline, and the mercenary was like essentially right in her face. It really is. It may have seemed like it was a little bit of a crusty pop, but it really wasn't. In
Absolutely. With that pop, it did allow the mercenary to get a little bit of the speed boost, allowing him to transition to the next window and prolonging the kite just a few more seconds, which is kind of what they needed in order to transition over to the gate and get it open within those 13 seconds.
mm-hmm.
Overall, though, um that will put Pip in the lead, with the current score being 5 points to Pip and 3 points to QYT. Overall, absolutely great job.
Very great job from both sides. And it really is interesting to see the way that they utilized each kiter, especially in a situation where you have one kiter that gets down relatively quickly. It was just incredible to see how they kept their composure in such a situation and uh, ultimately getting the tie in the scenario that they were put in.
Mhm. Overall, though, this has definitely been a great first round. I'm excited to see how we will move on into the second round in the first half. Um, I think personally they will probably ban out the opera. I'm wondering what map will be chosen. If you were picking a map, what map? What is your map of choice?
My map of choice. Hmm. Well, definitely, I would probably pick, just for fun, I would pick Moonlit. But if I had to absolutely uh, put myself in a situation where I have to choose a map that will uh, benefit me and my team, I would pick Chinatown.
Hmm. I think I would probably want to pick either my maps, some of my favorite maps to play as Survivor would probably be Ever Sleeping Town. I really love playing Entomologist on Ever Sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Or like you said, Chinatown is always really fun to play. Personally, I'm not a huge Moonlit fan. I don't like how far apart the kiting spaces are, especially as Hunter.
Incredibly,
It kind of forces you to overextend, which
incredibly
stresses
valid.
me out.
Especially since while they do have some good kiting areas, the open transitioning to get to each kiting area is just a little bit too intimidating for me to handle. But I do enjoy looping the two palettes. It's a very simple pleasure in my life. We will be seeing the ever sleeping pick as uh our second round.
Yeah. I love Ever Sleeping. I think it's a really fun map. It is super strong for characters like the Geisha.
Mhm.
And I always like to see Bloody Queen on this map, but she's not super popular anymore. She's kind of fallen out of the meta with the way that the meta has shifted from looping survivors to transitional survivors.
Especially since so many survivors that are released can just get so much distance away from the hunter, like aeroplanist, cheerleader, uh, survivors like that have been introduced and kind of made her a little bit obsolete. But again, she does have the map pressure to kind of respond to it
Mhm.
uh, with the mirror.
She may be an A tier, but she is SS tier in my heart. And in game, uh, she's really expensive.
She's really expensive. Tucks hair behind ear.
Tucks hair behind ear. Mary, please.
Mary, please grace me with your presence just once. We will be getting our global bands in. Just a reminder. I
Uh, if you're keeping track from last match, the first two survivors locked in every team comp will be prohibited in the future. That will mean that they are globally banned. So that means that the magician and the gardener are both prohibited from being brought back out in future matchups, at least against QYT versus Pip.
Yes, sorry that's what I was trying to get at. My mic seemed to have died out for a second there.
No worries.
We will be seeing our global bands being Magician and Gardener. Unfortunate, but also a good sign for if they choose not to ban the opera singer.
Yeah, overall, I think this is going to be something really fun. I'm wondering if potentially we could be seeing a hermit. Hermit does have a few really cool teleport spots on this map.
Mm-hmm.
We could also maybe see, like you said, you were hoping for a geisha match. She is rather fun on this map. Uh,
It is her home. It is her home. So
It does look like our first band selected are going to be the Aeroplanist and the Priestess. Makes sense. The Priestess does have a devastating impact on this map. With so many buildings, able to create so much distance. If you're unable to catch up to her in time, can be some phenomenal support.
especially um if they had gone the route of having the transitional survivors, it would have been a detriment to have the priestess on the playing field. So having her banned is definitely going to benefit them in the long run. And
Um,
just like that, the opera singer is banned.
Absolutely. I mean, Opera is very strong on this map, so we could be potentially seeing a Hermit or even maybe a Dream Witch or a Naiad.
Anything is on the table at this point. This map is definitely one that almost any hunter can excel at. And like I had said previously, I believe it was yesterday, even wax artists can make this map his playground, considering just how open those two sides of the map are. He can essentially lock off at least three ciphers from just one chair alone, given the placement of the typical cipher layouts.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be something that is super exciting. I'm very, I'm wondering who the survivors will pick. We could be potentially seeing a entomologist. Um, and I really enjoy entomologist on this map. But we are going to go ahead and see the toy merchant, who is phenomenal on this map. Her catapults are able to create a lot of distance, and the mercenary, uh, who of course is a very stable rescue.
Yes, the toy merchants catapults really can be a tie turner for matches. We will also be seeing our third band coming in as the aforementioned cheerleader is being taken off the table, unfortunately, as well as our third pick coming in with um, Miss Margareta Zell being the female dancer. Very interesting pick, but also very welcome because I adore her.
I think that she is also a phenomenal support on this map when she sets up her boxes in middle. It can either
Mm,
be a playground for the survivors or a nightmare for the hunter, depending on the type of box put down. And we are going to see our final ban, which is the antiquarian. Making sense. Don't want to have to deal with really any stunners in this map. this team is looking like they do want to go ahead and focus more on kiting rather than stunning.
Yes, and we'll also be seeing our final pick, the barmaid coming out once again. Uh, really is nice to see her so often, considering in tournaments you don't really typically see her like in Koa or IJL. You don't really typically see a barmaid being picked, but again, she is very strong. She is essentially a good alternative to a doctor or
Hmm.
a psychologist, even considering that she can um, not
She's
only
able.
heal herself, she can heal others, as well as not having to deal with stopping every 5 seconds to heal. It is a very good thing that she can just move around while she's healing. I That's my favorite thing about her.
Absolutely. I really enjoy seeing um, the way the barmaid is able to take the speed drink. If she uses it very wisely, she's able to transition outwards.
Especially with a mercenary online, we could be seeing the barmaid coming in to give him a drink so that he can pull off a second rescue if he has to.
Absolutely. Does kind of reduce the pressure of the hunter by forcing the um by healing the mercenary a lot faster than he would be traditionally. Who are you hoping for in terms of hunter against this team comp? I'm looking forward to potentially a hermit.
Potentially, I think that they could possibly pull out a hermit, considering that there isn't any uh uh survivors that excel in decoding. Of course, we have the fast boxes for the Margretha, but it's really not that how do I put this? It's a pretty strong boost to decoding, but it's also not as good. And we will be seeing my baby boy Itaka come out.
We love Night Watch in this house. Night Watch is a pretty strong a pretty strong hunter, doing a decently good job of catching up against these survivors. With the dash being able to kind of circumvent their kites and transitions.
Especially with a team like that focuses so much on speed. The mercenary, the dancer. I keep wanting to call her Margretha. I'm so sorry that I keep pulling out her Debbie. Uh, and the barmaid, Itaka can really stagger a lot of these survivors. It really is going to be an interesting match.
I'm just wondering potentially spawns because I feel like we're definitely going to see the mercenary or the dancer in the middle with potentially um, the toy merchant in the middle two-story area, able to set up some strong catapults there, and the barmaid either in corner house or even in graveyard.
We also have our persona trains coming in. Everybody is taking borrowed time. The mercenary will be taking tide, as well as the toy merchant, the dancer, and the barmaid all taking flywheel. Seemingly in response to the pull that the Itaka can pull off.
Mhm.
Uh,
Go ahead.
no, you can go ahead.
Well, I would definitely say that if I was going against the Night Watch, I would probably prefer a broken windows as you
Mm-hmm.
vault over and you run out of the wind trail. Whereas flywheel is a little bit harder to pull off. It's great for dodging those swings, but not so much for dodging the wind currents.
Especially since flywheel is really hit or miss when it comes to dodging swings. Personally, I have not had such luck with it, but um, anything could happen. I'm sure these survivors are a lot better than I am.
That's why I commentate, because I don't know how to play this game. I
That's
only
why
know
we
how to
commentate.
watch. Hey, I was pretty close. I got 2 out of 4 spawns correct. With the toy merchant taking the middle 2 story, and the dancer in middle being able to set up that additional support that she'll need. Uh, looks like the barmaid is probably going to be first chase. If I were the barmaid, I would transition in to middle, use the speed boost to potentially get over to the toy merchant's catapults, or just see how long I can loop the kind of 2 long hallways.
All
We are
right, we
gonna
will
go.
be. Oh,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we will be seeing the match beginning. The it seems that the Night Watch is going straight to 2-story here. Uh, you're spotting a glimpse of the dancer actually before she can even set up a music box.
Um, this is an interesting choice. Not choosing not to break the music box, which will allow the dancer to get a lot of time um to transition. She's doing a great job of kind of avoiding that wind current. Um, it does look like we are going to see insolence from the Night Watch.
Oh, I hadn't even noticed that. Did I? Ooh, we will be seeing an early hit, and with that insolence, that will give us the extra dash needed, as well as the vacuum, uh, for lack of a better word, as well as a blink coming out on the dancer. A lovely blink it was indeed. Uh,
Ab-
honestly, it would have been uh, how do I put
Absolutely.
this? Continue.
This that was a great blink, and if we look, we see that the Night Watch has gone ahead and kind of forced the barmaid off of her cipher. Um, it's a little bit too early to get in for the rescue. It looks like the mercenary is coming in, but it doesn't look like the Night Watch has eyes. There we go. Beautiful elbow pad over to the chair. And great job from the mercenary and the Night Watch being very, very patient at the chair. Uh,
Buying the maximum amount of time needed as well. That was like on the line essentially. The flywheel comes out, but not unfortunately not uh, able to dodge the hit. We do see that the toy merchant had stopped by to say hello and drop a catapult, but the Night Watch had spotted it. The basement is also here, so we could be looking at a possible sell if the Night Watch chooses to chair in the basement, but it seems that he will not be.
I personally wouldn't have gone for basement here either. Um, the dancer doesn't really have a lot of rebound potential, so it doesn't look like
Mm-hmm.
they might be going in for the rescue. And what that would do is the process of moving them down into the basement wastes a lot of time as Hunter.
Mm-hmm. Especially when uh, you have uh, survivors that are on a 4-man BC team, it's very easy to just sell at this rate. And again, you could respond to it by changing targets, but as you can see, the uh, toy merchant is in the area.
We are going to go ahead and see the toy merchant, the Night Watch break the catapult of the toy merchant, kind of not allowing her to provide any additional auxiliary support. She does still have a pocket watch in her toy box, which could potentially be given to the mercenary or the barmaid. Oh, but we are going to go ahead and see the mercenary be dragged in by the cyclone and taking a hit, just trying to transition out. Blink will be back online in 3, 2, 1. We could be potentially seeing a blink, and we are.
What a lovely terror shot.
Beautiful blink terror shot, kind of insta downing that mark as if he were a normal survivor, doing a great job of providing that pressure. We are probably seeing an up down, a insolence detention build from this Night Watch, so it doesn't make sense to hold on to the blink any longer than you need to. Oh,
Ooh,
beautiful
what a
flywheel!
flywheel.
Absolutely stunning flywheel from the toy merchant, um, allowing her to go ahead and get the rescue off. And it looks like, oh, the toy merchant will be hit and going in straight. getting the Merc to use that elbow pad, forcing the team to kind of scramble a little bit. Now they have to decide, is the mercenary going to take the drink and go in for the rescue, or will the barmaid be going in for the rescue on the toy merchant?
Also worth noting here that the Night Watch isn't solely camping. It seems like he's taking a more patrol approach to uh, stuffing these survivors, looking to stuff a rescue, especially since you have the vacuum to work with. And that is exactly what's going to happen to this poor barmaid. Oh,
Oh, this
unfortunate.
has absolutely changed the game and turned it from a potential one-man escape to this is definitely looking like a 4-kill scenario. It is unfortunate, but the mercenary is just too far out from the chair in order to get over to the merchant, especially with no more tide turner online.
He does, however, have an elbow pad to work with. It seems like they're entering some kind of standoff as well, as the vacuum coming in to try and stuff him just a little bit longer. The mercenary going for a rescue, but not being able to body block. Unfortunately, we will be seeing the toy merchant come down once again, and our attention has now shifted to the mercenary once again. But as the barmaid picks herself up, she's able to use her last drink. It could also mean that the tide has just shifted once again.
Absolutely. If the Night Watch is able to down this
Wow, that was a really good
barmaid
dash.
quickly, yeah, absolutely fantastic job. And we'll be taking the hit. Looks like the barmaid will be going ahead and oh, everyone, tram.
Tram jump scare. We will be resuming chase on the barmaid, breaking away from our brief moment of silliness. We will be resuming the chase on the barmaid. The mercenary has not gotten any progress done on any ciphers, possibly because he just has the decoding debuff, and it's not really worth it to do that when you can be looking through a chest, looking for a syringe. The barmaid has expended her use of the self heal, so she is down for the count for now. So now we are entering a hide and seek reminiscent phase with the Night Watch and the mercenary.
Absolutely, this is definitely looking like a 4-kill. There's just unless they play this really, really safely, there's honestly no way that this mercenary is able to get dungeon, and he has been spotted out. Will be taking the blink and going down for the count. Absolutely phenomenal job from this Night Watch, showing that Night Watch is not just a tie hunter, but is also able to bring out the 4K potential, and that will be 5 points in favor of Pip, putting the score right now at 5-3. Absolutely great job from both teams. I think that this was an absolutely this was a great match that had us on the edge of our seats. Some phenomenal blinks from that Night Watch, and of course some really good flywheels and some great teamwork from the QYT survivors. Honestly, very entertaining match to watch.
And it was entertaining considering I did get to see Itaka.
Absolutely. I was really a fan of how the survivors were kind of able to transition out and the way that they were kind of trying to keep the Night Watch away from the ciphers. Unfortunately, on a
Mhm.
map like Ever Sleeping, it's not quite big enough to pull something like that off. But I think it was a valiant effort, and honestly, it was great seeing the team how well they were coordinated with trying to meet up.
Especially uh, more props to the Night Watch for knowing when to go back to the chair, when he's allowed to venture out a little bit more to look for the survivors that are coming in, especially when you're at your full presence and you have the vacuum. It's more uh, acceptable to venture out a little bit more, considering you do have your dash, you do have your boost, you do have the aforementioned vacuum to work with. It really is a testament to just how knowledgeable this Night Watch is with his game sense.
Yeah, overall, this has been a super entertaining match to watch, and we are going to go ahead and probably start gearing up to move into the second half of round two. Um, I'm wondering if I were this team, what would I do in order to um, try and get as many points as possible in terms of the hunter? Who would I play? Really depends on the survivors.
Really does depend on the survivor, as well as since you're working with every sleeping town, it could mean that we might see a Naiad actually, considering, she does have the ability to lock off so much, uh, and really pressure the survivors as well. Again, she doesn't really excel with the inclusion of two stories, but camping, she does indeed have a lot of strength in.
Absolutely. I definitely think that if I were trying to potentially bring out these different characters, um, I would probably want to see something like maybe if they're allowed, maybe the priestess could be brought out, or the entomologist is able to provide a lot of really good support.
Hmm. I personally do want to see more of the dancer, just because I feel like she wasn't allowed to shine, especially on this map. But uh, I don't know if they'll allow for it, but I can have my hopes and dreams.
I'm definitely hoping for potentially a geisha, or
I'm
we
still
could
holding
even
out on the
see
hermit.
or we could even see the return of the disciple. She may not have been super successful in round one, but it's definitely an option to bring out potentially in round two.
Right. We also have our global bands being voiced. We have our perfumer band as well as the coordinator band, and unfortunately, Ray, you will not be seeing your entomologist on this map.
My disappointment is insurmountable, and my day is ruined. Goodbye.
The tournament's over, actually.
Yeah, everyone go home. No Ento.
No
But
into.
we are with the Ento band. We could be potentially seeing a clown.
That's true. We could also be seeing an axe boy.
Mm.
Happy birthday, Robbie.
Happy character day, Robbie. It's it's Alva's character day.
No, it's Robbie's birthday.
Happy birthday, Robbie.
Happy birthday, Robbie. Uh, Having that Into band does open the air up for a lot of hunters that could be uh, otherwise countered by her, especially when we have the Antiquarian also banned.
Yeah, I'm hoping for clown. I think clown gameplay is really fun to see. We could also potentially be seeing a gamekeeper.
That's true. Gamekeeper has had like a resurgence, kind of, uh, given that he kind of fills in for the opera singer in a way, as Bones had mentioned yesterday and brought to my attention. He does have the dash. He has the ability to catch up with the other survivors, as well as pull them towards him and place down those traps that could uh, be detrimental to the survivors as well. We will be seeing our first our hunter band coming in for the survivor side, and we will have to say goodbye to the Dream Witch, unfortunately. But again, the air is open for just about anybody right now.
Absolutely, we could maybe see a I would be hoping potentially maybe to see like you said the Ox Boy the clown or the hermit. Unfortunately, with the Dream Witch out of the running, we will not be seeing her in this match. A little sad, but it's okay.
We see her enough. I see her enough in my personal matches. I see her enough.
I mean, with Tomie coming back, I would also be playing a bunch of Dream Witch if I knew how to play Dream Witch.
That's fair. Did you purchase her?
I did get her. I had exactly 24 fragments afterwards.
Completely understandable. I
Uh,
personally would have gone for the Joe 5 skin personally, just because the effects are amazing and Yima looks adorable, but
Joke's on you, I got both.
I
Uh,
don't play her enough to warrant purchasing both. So I just got Tomie just because she's beautiful.
yeah, honestly, I'm just a connoisseur of gorgeous skins. If there's a gorgeous skin, I'm gonna try and pick it up. Like right
Exactly.
now, I'm trying to grind out for the composer skin.
Yes, it really is a beautiful skin.
So
Uh,
cutie patootie.
it really is. It does look like an S tier. Like a lot of these shop S tiers that have been coming out don't particularly look like S tiers, but that one looks like an S tier.
Hey, don't be hating. Don't be
I'm a
hating.
hater.
We are going to go ahead and see the priestess and the cheerleader lock. Um, priestess being let out on ever sleeping can either end really, really well or really, really poorly, depending on who the hunter is.
I am looking forward to this priestess gameplay, however, though, because as you said, uh, her support portals, her kiting, she really does add a layer of tension to the matchup. Um, depending on who the hunter is going to be. Like you said, it could even be a clown to combat the speed of the cheerleader, the portals of the priestess. It could just about be anybody actually.
I'm wondering, um, potentially a gamekeeper, or we could still be seeing the clown. He clown versus priestess 5.0.
Oh yes, the moonlit match, the fabled moonlit match. Our other bands will be coming in. We have the airplane is unfortunately taken offline, as well as our third pick, Aesop Carl, finally gets to show his face here.
We are going to be seeing the embalmer brought out for this match. I think that the embalmer is really fun. He's very stable, especially if they're trying to get a tie.
He really, having the priestess and the embalmer on the same map together, especially when it's a map this big, can really spell for a lot of trouble for the hunter, considering he could embalm somebody right next to the priestess portal, the long portal, of course, and have them just zip away before the hunter can even get to them. It really is just a matter of how they play this matchup. What kind of hunter do you think that we'll be facing? Like, what kind of predictions do you think you'll have?
Um, I would like to see a hermit, but I like watching hermit gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Especially with a team like this, they really would be susceptible to a hermit. We also have our final pick coming in with the mercenary. Pretty solid pick, especially considering uh, the mobility that this team has. I had just thought of something and now it's gone.
uh, I definitely maybe we could still see the clown. No, we are going to see the opera singer. She is again super strong on this map. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a brain fart.
Completely understandable. She also can, like I said prior, she can respond to the mobility of these survivors. While she doesn't excel in cyber progress or camping, she can patrol the chair. She can uh, have a strong chase, and it's it really is just a matter of how this opera singer plays. Um, but it is going to be really interesting considering that uh, just the mobility uh, has been the mobility that we were praising just moments ago has been completely negated by the opera pick.
We are going to go ahead and also see the build block. We are going to see the priestess um, on 39, which is borrow time and broken windows. The cheerleader will be taking borrow time and flywheel. The mercenary, ever traditional, shall be bringing um, tide turner and borrow time. And then the embalmer rocking that full kite build that we were praising earlier, 912, which is broken windows and flywheel.
He really is a knower.
He's locked in.
He is locked in. He is ready for whatever this opera singer has to throw at him. But it also just shows that he's very confident that he's going to be first chase.
Absolutely.
Honestly, out of the entire team, he might just be the suitable first chase as well. He has the least mobility as well as the threat of the coffin on the map. It it really is kind of not a drastic, but like an expected measure to take such an aggressive build on him.
I think that this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup. I will be very excited to see exactly how this team will go up against the opera singer, who is right now probably the strongest hunter in the game, sitting quite happy at her S tier position.
She may be the strongest hunter in the game, but she is not the strongest hunter in the game when I ban her. All right, we will be getting right into the match here.
Mhm. Overall, I think this will be a super fun match to see. Uh, we are going to um, move right in. I think that personally, if I were, I think mercenary in middle,
Mm-hmm.
priestess underneath him potentially, or in the same spot that the toy merchant spawned earlier.
Mm-hmm. Um, if I were the embalmer, I would spawn probably in one of the two stories, just because having the coffin raised up a little bit will uh, just give a little bit more time extra to have the hunter uh, farther away from it. But no, we will be seeing him spawn next to the graveyard. Switching with the cheerleader here, he will be spawning in fake gate area. The mercenary will be taking the middle. The priestess rather. I don't actually remember if that was the toy merchant spawn before. But the opera singer will be spawning adjacent to the mercenary as well as the cheerleader. So it seems that the embalmer is relatively safe where he is for now.
I think that this is definitely going to be an interesting match, and we are going to go ahead and move right into it. Again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This is the second half of round two with Pip versus QYT. We are going to go ahead and see the opera singer go straight onto the move, going ahead and heading to the mercenary first. Interesting first choice. Nope, going to
Well as dropping those pallets there, closing that kiting area off as well as losing a single pallet. It seems that my previous, how do you call it, statement of the embalmer being safe in his area has been updated, and he is no longer safe. He is being chased right now.
Definitely, it does look like. Oh, the hit will be missed, but we'll go ahead and get that first hit. Teleport. It does look like the opera singer is bringing teleport. The embalmer is kiting a little close to his coffin. But he will be going ahead and taking that speed boost to kind of head out. Will he make this window? He will. Good job from the embalmer. Go ahead and throw down that pallet and moving into the different transitional area.
Well, it's the fact that the not having Blink online, it really goes to show that this embalmer is. Oh, what a hit!
Yeah, unfortunately, losing the mind game at the pallet, the opera singer kind of puzzled out the fact that this embalmer threw a lot of pallets and so felt secure enough to just kind of swing right through it.
It does not seem that we will be seeing the coffin get any use at the moment. It probably is better to save it considering she does have teleport and the coffin is right next to a cipher. The mercenary will be coming in for a rescue, throwing every pallet along the way, as well as getting off a clean rescue. Not gonna body block for now. However, without Blink, the embalmer has a little bit of leeway to just be throwing down these pallets.
Ooh, unfortunately,
Missed flywheel, unfortunately.
Going ahead and now just trying to get as far away from the coffin as possible. Thank you. What's the word? Oh, we are going to go ahead and see the teleport over. Unfortunately, not really giving the embalmer too much time to get away. However, it will just be wasting additional time for the team. They are down to 2 ciphers, but the embalmer will be sent back to the manor shortly.
Again, my statement of you don't need borrowed time if we're not going to make it to the cipher pop ring true. We will see the mercenary transitioning just a little bit away, considering he is very close at the moment. The 2 ciphers that are being worked on are quite far away from the opera singer at the moment. She has not quite spotted the mercenary just yet, but by the time I finish saying that, she has. We do see a little bit of Pyxis portals coming out as well as the second to last cipher being popped. It does seem like she's committing to this mercenary for now.
Yeah, the team, however, it does look like. Oh, she went through a portal. I was like, what happened?
Once again, we are recommitting to this mercenary for now. The cipher is almost done, a little bit over halfway. Missing a couple hits, but all is well in Opera Single Land as she gets her final hit. Teleport is online. She does seem to be looking for it. However, they will just pop the cipher for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, the mercenary kind of lost the mind game there. But popping the cipher did, of course, allow him to kind of take that full hit. Oh, but both of them are both here. And falling through those portals.
Seems that the cheerleader will be taking over the kite for now, in an area that is mostly extended actually of pallets. But again, pallets are Opera Singer's worst nightmare. Seems like the Pixis will be running straight over to the other gate, as well as the the cheerleader getting terror shocked, unfortunately trying to buy as much time as she possibly can, but no. And the priestess will opt, instead of opening the gate, to just heal the mercenary to get him up an extra person on the field. Unfortunately, she will be seeing it down, as well as a chair.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the tension in play, the mercenary is unable to get a safe rescue. and it is unlikely that the mercenary will be able to rescue the priestess unless the opera singer decides to fully get off of that chair and not teleport back. It does look like she will be going for the cheerleader who is working on that gate, but the gate is only halfway done. Oh, good job
Ooh.
avoiding that hit. Uh, oh, but now the cheerleader is down, and with no exit path, she will not be able to get up and continue that gate.
We will be seeing we will be seeing teleport coming back online in just a moment. It seems that the gate is already open. Detention is still up. Oh, getting hit out of the gate. That is why you do not gateway. But unfortunately, he will be able to crawl out, having just a little bit of sticker in there. The priestess is on this side of the map, probably anticipating that the opera singer would not have been able to teleport back. But unfortunately, we will be seeing the cheerleader on the chair and a priestess in a really bad position.
Looks like the opera singer might have accidentally swung there, accidentally back in the chair. But unfortunately, the priestess is half health, and is she gonna try and go for the dungeon, or is she going to try and sneak in the rescue? It's not super safe for her. She's unfortunately in a little bit of a tough spot.
Especially
With
given the just the swiftness of this opera singer. You're really in a tough situation because the dungeon is right there, as well as the rescue being not 12 feet away from it.
Yeah, if I were the priestess, I would be trying to get to the other gate. Uh, but it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Uh, Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Um, Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again, and
She was able to get the dungeon. The opera singer was not looking around, and that means
what an escape!
the that is the match. That wow.
That was incredible.
I was like, what? But
Pardon my French, but that was a real cheek clencher.
good game. That will go ahead and be the end of this matchup with Pip getting a score of 12
Well,
12 to QYT's 5. So Pip will be continuing to the next bracket.
congratulations to Pip, and also uh, a wonderful plays from QIT as well. Both teams are definitely strong in their own merit. They both played excellently, as well as pulling through to get a tie against an opera singer is quite crazy, especially in that situation where it really came down to who gave in first.
Absolutely. We do want to thank you guys so much for coming to tune in. It has been a pleasure and an honor to commentate for the LO League tournament. My name is Ray, and this is my homie Bugs. And we do want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. We hope to see you during the next matchup. You guys all have a great rest of your day.